dominated the world have used money to rule it and have ruled it in their own interest. It looks at a world economic system that has no regard for the poor, that has no regard for the small nations, that has no regard for the poor of the small nations. And the policy is a dignified policy, is not a violent policy, is not a policy of guns. It's a very honorable policy, but it is a very clear policy. It is a policy that calls the poor of the world to stand together, to stand firm together, to struggle together, to struggle for change, to struggle for justice, to struggle through organization, to struggle through will, to struggle through determination, to struggle to build a new kind of world in which your children and mine will walk with more dignity, with better housing, with better opportunity, with better prices, with better response from the World Monetary System. That is the world to which I call you. That is the world for which I struggle, and no power will turn me back from that world. And comrades, if you go and walk with me, if you go and step with me, if you go and move with me, we're moving as warriors. We're moving in determination. We're moving to struggle. We're moving to change that world. No power will turn us back.
Me ever fresh, me no green.
Me coulda never green, dog. Me no chow chow. No. Ha 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 ho ho. Who you know?
But if change is what we really want to see, ladies and gentlemen, then we must rise up. We must unite. We must advocate. We cannot remain silent. Where are the young men, the young women, the men, the women, the boys, the girls who will put aside political divide and do what is best for Jamaica? Eternal Father, bless our land. Guide us with thy mighty hand. Keep us free from evil powers. Be our light through countless hours. Even our pledge, our national pledge, says before God and all mankind, we cannot see a better Jamaica unless we return to the foot of the cross. Jamaica under God must increase in beauty, fellowship and prosperity, and play our part.
If I lived in China or even Russia or any totalitarian country, maybe I could understand some of these illegal injunctions. Maybe I could understand the denial of certain basic First Amendment privileges because they haven't committed themselves to that over there. But somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest far right. And so just as I say we aren't going to let any dogs or water hoses turn us around, we aren't going to let any injunction turn us around. Well, I don't know what will happen now. We've got some difficult days ahead. But it really doesn't matter with me now because I've been to the mountaintop. I don't mind. Like anybody, I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. And He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. So I'm happy tonight. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
I said I'm happy every day as I travel through this land. I've been mighty blessed by God, and I'm holding to His hand. Yes, mommy, I see you. Yes, the journey's almost over. Shut up. And the battle is nearly won. And I have a feeling. I have a feeling in my heart. The best is yet to come. Slide up it over there, so wanna ready to get, wanna get up now, man. Wanna get up now, man. I feel mad in this place. Let's go. I am happy every day as I travel through this land. I've been mighty blessed by God, and I'm holding to His. Over there, so I said the journey's almost over. I know the battle is nearly won. And I have a feeling in my heart, the best is yet. Come on, sir. I said the best is yet to come. When I walk through heaven's gates, yeah, I said the first time I'll see Jesus. I can hardly wait. And He showed me to a mansion and said, child, this is your home. And I have a feeling in my heart. You know this one? Listen, shut. Tell me who made the angels sing, and tell me who made the joy bells, and tell me who is the King of Kings. Nobody but my, come on, try go me. Well, yes, He made the world, He made the sea. Oh, fasten them together with His shaman. Under His control and under His command. Nobody but. Tell me who made the angels sing, or tell me who made the joy bells. Slide up in. Oh, you know.
I want to hear the angels singing. I want to be in that number. I want to hear that trumpet song. We have done now. I want to hear archangel voice. I want to hear archangel. Oh, I want to hear. When my name is called, I want to hear. Everybody know, I want to hear. I want to hear. I want to hear. I want to hear. Watch out now. I want to see the angel marching. I want to be in that number. I want to hear. I want to hear that trumpet song. I want to hear archangel voice. I want to hear. God bless her now. I want to hear. When my name is called, I want to hear. Everybody do so. If I'm not living for Christ, then I cannot be here. Get something and wave it. Get something and wave it. Get something and If I'm not living for Christ, then I cannot be happy. Walk out, Christian, walk out, Christian. I only live my life to please. Send me rocking for the road and the star on my phone. I only live my life to please. Live up my life. Come on, man, wave that man. Everybody, so everybody, so. Live up my life. Live for Jesus. This is silent night. What a holy night. But Virgin Mother and Child, holy, so tender. Talk to me now. But sweetly, God bless you, God bless you. And we tell some people, I know one prayer we pray. We pray.
Blood and fire, comrades who are in jungle tonight. On a know that the word is love. Comrades, may come with a speech, but it's a different speech may I forgive tonight. But before I go into that, we have been saying all night that young people know say time come. And I want to bring up a young man who has looked for himself, him read for himself, him search for himself, and when him done, him realize that the only choice he could choose is the People's National Party. And I want to welcome Comrade Perry.
Hold on. We don't have much time. When I say time, you say come. Time. Senator Murray, somebody asked me, Perry, why aren't you a Labourite? Me ever fresh, me no green.
Me coulda never green, dog, me no chow-chow. No. Ha, ho. Who ya know? Underpants, Paulo. We don't get in the
Hold on, cut in, man, hold on.
Me coulda never green.
Hold on, no DJ, man, hold on. I don't have much time. The next Prime Minister, let me shake your hand, so big up yourself, Mark Golding, Jensek, and brother, Dayton Campbell, doctor. Listen. In 1938, the People's National Party was formed out of the vision to help the poor people. It was born out of restlessness of the people seeking for better. And I believe that the People's National Party continues to be the answer for the people. Can I hear an amen? Hold on. In 1995, under the auspices of P.J. Patterson, the most honorable, there was a revitalization and an extension of the new National Youth Service Program, which gave young people the opportunity to earn Commander Man Church. It gave people the opportunity to better themselves. I don't have much time, but hear what? I hear the other people them say, you must choose Jamaica, but you can't choose Jamaica without choosing the people. God bless you.
Me coulda never green, dog, me no chow-chow. No. Ha, ho. Me coulda never green, dog, me no chow-chow.
We have your blood, comrades.
Comrades, I want to let you know that young man is the former guild president at the University of the West Indies. That is the kind of young people that we attract in the People's National Party.
A corrupt government cannot liberate the people. If the head of the stream is corrupt, the entire river will be also. I do not support corruption. Corruption takes money away from children's education. It deprives hospitals of basic necessities. It means that roads are not fixed. Corruption deepens inequality. It siphons off taxpayers' money to make a few cronies richer with the political connections instead of benefiting the people. This government has been doing everything it can to weaken and undermine the Integrity Commission, which is an institution that I designed as Minister of Justice and brought the legislation to Parliament to fight corruption in this country. I have said it before and I will tell you again. Jamaica cannot move forward without a government built on integrity that embraces principles of good governance in this country.
Area where the JLP are going with Perspective family. Pick up yourself. Blood and fire comrades. I and I is asking for a change. We have to mash down Babylon, time come now. Andrew them a wrap up the money like wow. Them turn taxpayers in a big cash cow. The people them work for nothing big fiasco. Time come for people fi start unite. Time come fi protect the human right. Time come JLP no have no plan. The plan is to kill, destroy, steal and rob. The devil is loose, my friend, and he loves the color green. Hey, yeah. Don't be blind, my friend. Open up your eyes and see.
Lightning and thunder for the JLP. Oh. Corruption in the nation. What a sticky situation. Always see a degradation. Innocent men at the station. Andrew and his cronies getting richer, them a big done. Talking about them helping out the poor. Tell me which one. Juliet, a speaker of the house, me can't believe it. Them mashing Dawes in trust for people, I go feel it. The JLP, them satanic and demonic. Now war fit the youth, them prosper only fit them pocket. I beg is hamping. Corruption in the nation. What a sticky situation. Always see a degradation. Innocent men at the station. Andrew and his cronies getting richer, them a big done. Talking about them helping out the poor. Tell me which one. Juliet, a speaker of the house, me can't believe it. Them mashing Dawes in trust for people, I go feel it. The JLP, them satanic and demonic. Now war fit the youth, them prosper only fit them pocket. I beg you stop it. Perspective with Perry Cummings Jr. Big up yourself. The best is yet to come. This is my perspective. Telling you my perspective. This is my perspective to bring change that I feel me objective. Scandal after scandal. Look where Jamaica come to. Them a rob the money and a thief a lot too. Election tactics, what a disgrace. Them cut off ribbon and the place no safe. Mr. Prime Minister, are you me a address? Police a kill off the youth if you check. Talking about the way country are the best. But though this are my perspective, telling you my perspective. These are my perspective to bring change that I feel.
Scandal after scandal. Look what Jamaica come to. Them a rob the money and a thief a lot too. Election tactics, what a disgrace. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 28th
The 28th of April 2026, and I am giving the Lord thanks for life. I'm giving the Lord thanks for His grace and for His mercies. My God, the song says, your grace and mercy brought me through. I'm living this moment because of you. And I want to thank you. Come on, perspective. And praise you too. For your grace and mercies brought me through. For your grace and mercies brought me through. For I rather have Jesus than silver or gold. Come on, perspective family. I rather have Jesus than riches untold. I rather have Jesus than anything this world affords to give, than to be a king of a vast domain and be held in sin's great sway. Oh, I rather have Jesus than anything this world affords to give. For what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and to lose his only soul? I am grateful for life. I am grateful for what the Lord is doing. I give the Lord thanks for the viewers tonight. Remember to like up the live, ladies and gentlemen. The aim 500 likes every time we come on here. Let us make Parliament, pandemonium in Parliament. You know, I always watch Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. Anybody was over Parliament, I may have to jump over there because you know we have to keep up with the Joneses. We have to keep up with the Jones, ladies and gentlemen. So we may have to jump over Parliament because there is quite a very vibrant debate happening about NaRRA as we speak. It is a disgrace. It is a disgrace, ladies and gentlemen. When you hear what is happening over there, Lord God Almighty. Suppose you see the people representing the people of the Jamaica Labour Party government. I was over there in the comments, Britannia, Hunter, trying to set context or to put context to the conversation. Because the Jamaica Labour Party will keep their followers in the dark. It is disgraceful, ladies and gentlemen, what is happening over there. My God. We may have to jump. We may have to jump, ladies and gentlemen. When you look at how Mr. Tufton is trying to mislead Parliament, the House, and the people of this country, trying to spin a narrative about the People's National Party and their position on the NaRRA bill. May God have mercy on this country. Comrades, opposition, you see why we must not we must be relentless when it comes to hammering against the lies and the provocations of the Jamaica Labour Party. Huh?
And if the enemy are fire, you can't stand up like stooge. You can't go on like a fool. You have to fire back. Somebody load up and say, pop, 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 pop. God. Badam, bam, bam, bam. Jesus Christ, what is what? Bam, bam, bam.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a disgrace. Disgrace. Donovan Williams. Donovan Williams. Because Malahoo Fort don't support the bill as it is. You people draw for Donovan Williams. Suppose you hear Donovan Williams over there barking like a common dog. I don't know, can go say me call Donovan Williams dog. I used a simile. He was barking like a common dog in Parliament. Look at the type of people that the Jamaica Labour Party government had to call on to support their NaRRA bill. Christopher Tufton, Donovan Williams, Tufton, who has brought shame and disgrace upon this nation regarding the health and wellness in this country. Look at Cornwall Regional Hospital. If you should hear Mr. Tufton making up an excuse about Cornwall Regional Hospital, talking about that he wished he had a NaRRA to fast track. But let us start the show properly. I know we're excited to hear what is happening over there in Parliament. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining. Please remember to like the live, and we welcome you all. Let us at least do a proper roll call before we jump over. Quick, let me know where you're viewing from, because I'm hearing that it is heated over there. All Warmington was voicing up his opinions in Parliament. And you know, of course, we hear that Big Stone, big blogger, big voice in our country and even around the world, drop out. So condolences to him, to his family rather, and to everybody. Maypen, Boyton Beach, Falmouth, St. Elizabeth, Blessings, Buffalo, St. Elizabeth, Silo, St. Elizabeth, South Florida, Westmoreland, Southfield, St. Elizabeth, Penance, Clarendon, blessings, Rosemount, St. James, blessings, Montreal, East Portland, Florida, Canada, condolences to Big Stone, of course, and the family for Big Stone, New Jersey, Mountain View. Come on in, ladies and gentlemen, we have quite a lot to discuss tonight. Islington, St. Mary, Arizona, Delaware, US, Brooklyn, Westmoreland, Hanover, London, England. Blessings to you, blessings to you. Shouting out all the different places tuning this evening. Kitchener, Ontario, Canada. Blessings, 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 blessings. Mona, Mavis Bank. Blessings, blessings. Come on in, ladies and gentlemen. Loidersville. Blessings. Hales, Newtown, Clarendon. Crooked River, Clarendon. By God. Bugwalk. Reading, Connecticut, that is. Manchester. And others. So many more that I cannot tell. Boca Raton, Florida. And I just want to encourage those who are watching, if you want to participate in the discussions in the comments, then you have to subscribe, right? Little London, Westmoreland, blessings, 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 blessings. St. Martin, blessings, 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 blessings. And to everybody, whether you are watching and you're a comrade or labor wrong or an independent who is just lost for now but will find the orange light, thank you so much for tuning in. Yes, please to like up the live. What is happening over Parliament, ladies and gentlemen? I think we need to go over. We're inviting you all to come along. We are having a glorious time. Going to a city where moonlight never shine. Oh, we may not know, we cannot tell, the NaRRA bill now pass. For the opposition party will fight until the last. You have Dr. Dawes and Isaac, Golden and UK. Ladies and gentlemen, let us just jump right into it. Let us jump right into it. Hold on. Alison, you sent a super chat a while ago. Thank you, Alison, for the super chat. Let us thank Alison in the chat for the super chat. Ladies and gentlemen, bless up the super chat tonight. You know, bless up the super chat. I hear that Mr. Dawes is in there burning a fire. Let me play a little bit because I want you to understand what has been happening in the parliament today. I got some clips. Listen to Mr. Tufton and Tufton trying to mislead the country. Listen to this, ladies and gentlemen.
In which we work to truly restore persons and to make them more resilient against a Category 5 hurricane. And so the bill has to be structured in a way to recognize the importance of quick decision making. And I don't think we should make any apologies for it. I don't. In fact, if the members on that side are honest with themselves, they themselves have spoken about the inefficiencies of the current bureaucracy and the need for change. The very opposition leader has spent time talking about it. Is he now arguing that we should engage the very same process to deal with people who have emergencies? It cannot be, Madam Speaker. It cannot be. And indeed, Madam Speaker, history...
I rise on a point of order, Madam Speaker. The member is misleading the House. It has never been my position, or indeed anybody on this side's position, that we shouldn't have more efficiency, a quicker procedure, and faster resolution of the issues. We're all in favor of that. The fact is that the current bureaucracy and the way the government is interfacing with it has led to all sorts of problems, and which need to be addressed structurally. However, what we are complaining about is a lack of accountability, a lack of transparency, and a lack of oversight, and a lack of oversight, and a lack of oversight. So I'm not suggesting that
opposition leader. No, that's okay. It's okay. Opposition leader. Opposition leader. I've turned off all mics. Opposition leader, Prime Minister is making a point of order on your point of order. Hold on now. I'm asking, opposition leader, are you yielding?
Madam Speaker, I'm not yielding. I'm simply saying that the minister is misleading the House about our position, deliberately, I think, because the position I'd like the country to believe is that we want to slow the recovery down. We would like to fast-track the recovery.
All right.
But we want it to be done in an honest way, not a...
All right.
Madam.
Aim. Sakata. We are mash up, you know. Fire under the Holy Ghost. Every crisis, every condition, every operation of hell. Fire, Bishop. I got your back. Fire. Jesus Christ, watch the operation. Watch the operation. Jesus Christ, Eastwood Park Road. Come on. Cover your pastor. Go in, Bishop. Take down the Illuminati. Take down the voodoo. Take down the Freemason. Take down the witches. Take down the warlock. Take down the Wabiaism. Him under the Holy Ghost, you know, left him.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am appalled. I'm bewildered as to what is so wrong with the opposition, civil society, advocates like myself, asking the government to just slow down the passing of this bill a little. Take the contributions and the criticisms well. And all they have to do is go back to the drawing board and come with a bill that ensures transparency, accountability, integrity, and proper oversight. That is what the opposition is asking for. These people want us to go ahead with this bill without making the provisions to ensure that the people will see value for the money. Something like a NaRRA that will be handling billions of Jamaican dollars. It is not right, ladies and gentlemen, for the government to blatantly disregard the valid concerns of Jamaican people regarding this bill. It is so bad, ladies and gentlemen, that the former Attorney General Malahoo Fort, a current member of parliament for the Jamaica Labour Party government, the Andrew Holness led administration, from the bosom of the Andrew Holness led administration, also agreed with the opposition that the bill in its current form will not achieve what it has written down to achieve. But they have this mindset because they have been in power for 10 years, this administration. They believe that they can do what they want to do and nobody should say anything about it. I won't be able to go through all the clips, but if we were watching Parliament today, Dr. Andrea Brown-Burke, Sister Brown-Burke reminded the government of the many scandals attached to this administration. Why we must demand proper provisions written in the bill so that we can hold them accountable. She reminded them of Petrojam. She reminded them, ladies and gentlemen, of the used vehicles, the used cars. She reminded them of the many other scandals as to why we cannot just take your word for it, Mr. Holness. We cannot take your word for it. With the amount of scandals brought to you by the Andrew Holness led administration, it is ludicrous, it is nonsensical, it is blatant stupidity for the government to expect that well-thinking Jamaicans, including the opposition, could sit down and not see proper provisions in the bill to ensure proper oversight, accountability, and transparency. That is madness. Mr. Tufton in Parliament today talk about the reason why the opposition is asking for so much transparency and accountability is because the opposition cannot trust themselves. No, Mr. Tufton, you have been at the wicket for 10 years now. Should I have to remind? Should I have to remind this administration that they have been at the wicket for some time now? And with the amount of scandals with the amount of scandals under the Andrew Holness led administration. It is not that the opposition don't trust themselves. The opposition don't trust you. Should you hear them? Ladies and gentlemen, today your stomach would curl. Your stomach would curl. Petrojam scandal. Widespread corruption was exposed at the state-owned oil refinery, leading to investigations and even the resignation of Dr. Andrew Wheatley. And what did he get? A slap on the wrist. He is now back. Top shotters are back. Caribbean Maritime University scandal. Former Minister of Education, Youth and Information, Ruel Reid, was forced to resign in March 2019 following the blatant corruption and misuse of public funds. The National Energy Solutions scandal up there at Nessal. Similar to Petrojam, ladies and gentlemen, the state-owned entity was involved in scandals that erupted under Dr. Andrew Wheatley's portfolio. The NWA furniture scandal, over 60 million was spent on furniture for the National Works Agency offices, contributing to the resignation of a junior minister. Should I go on and on? So how, on God's green earth, could we really sit back, market me? Look at Tufton grandstanding in Parliament, speaking as if he has the most moral authority in Gordon House. When I talk about the Tourism Enhancement Fund scandal, the Integrity Commission has scrutinized several officials for illicit enrichment. The amount of them from the GLP, the Prime Minister, still not certified. We could go on and on. $80 million awarded in contracts to a party, to a particular party that is a clear conflict of interest, clear nepotism. And these are the people that the Andrew Holness led administration had to draw for to defend the NaRRA bill, and to show you, just to show you, that this government had no intention of making any changes to the NaRRA bill. The fact that the pandemonium in Parliament has been happening regarding this NaRRA bill, because nothing has been changed to it. It tells you, ladies and gentlemen, that Mr. Holness and the entire Andrew Holness-led administration, they have no regard for your voice. The fact that the opposition had to come back today recognizing that nothing was changed to the bill. It is very telling that this administration, they simply do not care. Somebody's asking me if I'm talking about 60 million. Yes, over the National Works Agency, over 60 million was spent on furniture. And this led to the resignation of a junior minister over there. And this is the administration that people want us to trust. You're barefaced with it. You had no desire to amend the thing. Listen to this, ladies and gentlemen.
I decided to examine both carefully. And in looking at it, I went to the memorandum of objects and reasons because we are being asked to just follow some things blindly. And I am not willing to do so because I have seen persons oppose even those things which are not disputable. For instance, I am happy today to read the memorandum of objects and reasons to see that we have finally decided that the hurricane actually made landfall in New Hope in Westmoreland. It took us months to agree that Westmoreland was where the hurricane made landfall. Months. Months. Several reports said that it made landfall in Black River, which then affected how resources were mobilized. There are several records to show.
On a point of order.
Several records to show that.
No, listen. On a point of order.
Several reports.
The member.
Several reports.
The member is misleading the House. There was no official report emanating from any authorized agency of government that indicated that the hurricane made landfall outside of New Hope. The member is misleading the House to give the impression, as he has said, that a wrong pronouncement was made and the resources followed suit. That is incorrect, and the member should withdraw.
Madam Speaker, several persons. I can make my presentation today, and there is nobody in here that can tell me that I can't make my presentation. So look here. Don't start with that. Don't start with that. You know, Madam Speaker, point of order about what? The same thing that he said?
Madam Speaker, we can't move on without addressing this point. He said, which suggested that that we can send for the answer. He said, we said many times that the hurricane made landfall, and went on to say we said hurricane made landfall in Black River. That was never said, because it's just factually inaccurate. So the member can continue, but he cannot mislead the House on the point.
Madam Speaker, the memorandum of objects and reasons said that the hurricane traversed the island, resulting in catastrophic loss and damage to lives, livelihood, economic, social, cultural, and environmental systems. It went on to say that the hurricane damage is estimated at $12.2 billion. Now, a JIS article in November of 2025 said that redwellings, we had damage to 156,000, and that 24,000 of them were totally lost. I have looked throughout this bill, Madam Speaker, about reconstruction, and I am yet to find the section that speaks about the reconstruction of the 156,000 houses that were damaged and the 24,000 that were destroyed. Significant housing loss. We came here, and the Minister of Energy made a point that we needed to mobilize resources to get resources to JPS so that we could have electricity returned to the residents by the end of February. Today is the 28th of April 2026, and over 2,500 residents in eastern Westmoreland are still without electricity.
Madam Speaker, the member is misleading the House. If you look at Hansard as to what I said, February 28th, save and accept for those areas that had specific challenges. He failed to add that. And I can say, Madam Speaker, I can say that as of today, we are at 99.6% with under 2,000 people still without electricity to be done in the month of April to May. So, if you're going to quote me properly, please.
You know, Madam Speaker, I'm not here to pick a fight with the Minister of Energy. I'm not. Madam Speaker, when you say 99.6% of the country has been restored, the report that I got a week ago, and the Minister said at a press conference a week ago, that there were approximately 3,000 residents without electricity, and that 2,561 of them are from Westmoreland. The report from the CEO of JPS is that 2,561 residents from eastern Westmoreland are without electricity. So, I don't understand how that is becoming a controversial matter. The hurricane made landfall in the constituency, devastated the constituency, and we have seen no priority attention in there to get back electricity to these persons. And when we have this bill, I am taking this bill
Madam Speaker, there can only be one Minister of Energy at a time. And that happens to be me.
Hold on. I cannot hear you at all. Members. Go ahead, Minister. I could not hear a word.
Madam Speaker, there can only be one Minister of Energy at a time. And it so happens that that happens to be me. No, that he's misleading the House. He's misleading the House. As of today's date, it is 99.71% restoration. Westmoreland is at 94% with 1,937 persons still without electricity. And in St. Elizabeth, 80. This is a report that I got hours ago today from the Jamaica Public Service. So you can't say that the managing director of JPS giving you a different report than he's giving me. You are wrong, and you must admit it and stop misleading.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you listening? Are you hearing? Are you seeing what is happening in this nation? It would seem as if the labor rights are desperate. The opposition, they have been aggravating the government to the point where they have to be clutching at straws, one of which is a Donovan Williams. When you see the Jamaica Labour Party government drawing for Donovan Williams to defend their NaRRA bill, it is very telling. And listen to Mr. Vaz, how he just gets up and he is always wrong and strong. Stand your ground, opposition. The NaRRA bill, ladies and gentlemen, has caused quite a stir. But you know, over here on The Perspective, we were always very critical of the NaRRA bill. If memory should treat us well, we went through the different issues regarding the NaRRA bill, and I try my best for us to be well informed when we come on nightly. Because we're not just getting up, ladies and gentlemen, to talk because we can talk. We are saying to the government, again, I'm not sure how else we must verbalize our sentiments. Nobody is against the fast tracking or fast restoration of damaged Jamaica. We already note the slow pace that the government has already shown to the Jamaican people as it relates to recovery. So we have more reasons to appreciate quick or speedy recovery. But as the opposition leader, as Mr. Dayton has said, Mr. Campbell has said in Parliament today, and others, Angela Brown-Burke, speed should not be the reason for a lack of accountability, transparency, integrity, and acceptable oversight. The narrative, ladies and gentlemen, of the Andrew Holness-led administration is that we are more focused on perfection than performance. That is their narrative now. Opposition, you must beat down this satanic narrative. Even the Bible says, strive to perfection. Can I quote a scripture? Not that it will be perfect. We're not saying that the bill must be perfect. But the bare minimums must be made clear in the bill. It's not perfection to ensure that there is no absolute power in the CEO. It is not perfection that we're seeking when we demand oversight and clear outline of procurement guidelines and the different places that will be prioritized. It is not perfection we seek when we ask that the bill makes very clear that it has intentions to adhere to accountability and transparency. It is not perfection, Sir C. It is the bare minimum. Huh? It is the bare minimum. And I am pleased with the opposition today. Let's look at what the good book says. Hebrews 6:1-2. Every day I thank the Lord that I was brought up in a Christian family, you know. The Bible has to be included in everything. Because Hebrews 6:1-4. Therefore, leaving the principles of the doctrine of Christ, let us go on unto perfection. Yes? Let us go unto perfection. The government must make a greater effort in ensuring that the people of this country, civil society, the opposition, and other stakeholders are satisfied with the bill. If this is the most consequential bill that Jamaica will ever pass, why are we so hard and fast in passing this thing? Something is not right.
A senior member of the Jamaica Labour Party is responding to criticisms by MP for West Central St. James, Marlene Malahoo Fort, on the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority NaRRA bill. The former JLP cabinet member pointed to several gaps in the bill being debated in the lower house. However, former Mayor of Kingston, Delroy Williams, believes that while there may be opposing views, the bill is solid.
If a member has a view that view that you hold does not make the bill problematic. And that has to be very clear. Not because we have a view that is different from the view that is being carried in the bill, from the structure of the bill. Not because we hold a view means that the bill is problematic. And that's how I've looked at the bill, as I've said, from my experience as the former mayor of Kingston, and with my understanding of the approval processes, I believe that the bill is strong.
And Opposition Senator Cleveland Tomlinson wants the bill to be sent to a joint select committee before advancing further in Parliament.
Its current form is an affront to accountability and good governance. It makes no provision for a board of the authority. There's no audit committee, no internal auditor, and no clear risk management function. Yet, this is an entity that will be responsible for managing billions of dollars, including public funds and facilitating private investment. That cannot be right.
Ladies and gentlemen, this simply cannot continue. It cannot continue. Let us take our first break. When we come back, we're going to jump over to Parliament to hear how Dawes addressed Mr. Tufton, the Minister of Health, and how he has maneuvered the different arguments against and for the NaRRA bill. Ladies and gentlemen, please to like up the live. We really have one cutout for us tonight. Yeah.
Perspective family. Big up yourself every time Perry the General. One do it come right. The word is love. Where we are go do? Police them a kill off, use the tree on the roads. Where we are go do? The price gone up on the JLP let loose. Where we are go do? Times hard and politicians don't have a clue. Where we are go do? Where we are go do? Aye, time for trust and keep the faith to help us win this race. Poor people now no food, all them see a empty plate. And the rich them getting richer, them fi burn up in the lake. Promises they make, but enough of them are fake. But black love divide, put politics aside. A time for we unite, a time for do the right. We have to start by speaking truth and not the lie. Perry set the trend, we have to unite. Pressure it a boil, farmers them a tile. And all our work them no see nothing at all. We can't segregate, we can't separate. Put aside the war, time for love not it. Pressure it a boil, farmers them a tile. And all our work them no see nothing at all. We can't segregate, we can't separate. Put aside the war, time for love not it.
And Protherapy, we are here to help you to bring ultimate relaxation to your feet. Our hot stone, Swedish, and deep tissue massage services are here to help you to get rid of tensions, minor swellings, and aches and pain, increase flexibility and circulation. If you are having any heart or circulatory diseases, then this might not be for you. Reach out to us and let's see if you can secure yourself with a foot massage for as low as $4,500. Thank you for choosing Pearl Therapy, the healing hub.
Are you frustrated with your skincare? Are you tired of acne, blemishes, scars, sagging skin, wrinkles, discoloration? Why not enjoy our wide array of products, from skin, hair, and personal care? Place your frustration on our shoulders, and we will get you smiling again. The power of our products are in our formulation and ingredients. Listen to our customer testimonial. This is what she has to say.
Oh my gosh, look at my face. I've been using these products for a year, exactly 1 year. If you have not tried them, you need to try them. They really work. Look at my skin.
Visit our website or contact us at 917-557-6204. Make it Tony and Organics and order yours today.
Food is designed to be felt, not just tasted. soft warmth, gentle richness, a harmony that melts effortlessly on the tongue. At Cummings Exquisite Caterers, every dish is an invitation, guided by passion, finished with elegance. We cater for life's most meaningful moments, elegant weddings, private celebrations, and much more. With a serene repast center just 10 minutes away from two major cemeteries. We are located at 38 Dublin Spanish Town Road. Reach out to us 876-573-9124.
Cummings Exquisite Caterers. Our first social media question tonight comes from Instagram. Shania in Kingston, she says, low voter turnout suppresses the effectiveness of a democratic society. Many Jamaicans refuse to vote because they believe both parties are corrupt. What would you say to the significant population of non-voters? And if elected, how will you hold politicians accountable for offenses against the people instead of protecting them?
So in this instance, the question, you have 90 seconds to answer, and we begin with Dr. Holness.
Corruption is a serious problem in our country, and corruption requires strong leadership. From my position as Prime Minister, I have taken action against any member of my political party that has been involved or accused of anything that suggests corruption. In my own case, I have been investigated for a year with an expert forensic auditor. The findings of that report have suggested no corruption. There have been no charges. Every aspect of my report, every aspect of my personal life and my personal financial details are in the public domain. I am the politician about which Jamaica knows the most. And therefore, I am the politician who can stand with the greatest moral authority to treat with any matter that is considered corrupt, as I have done in the past. And I want to give this assurance to the Jamaican people that you know me, you know about me, you can trust me, and you know that I stand against corruption.
Mr. Golding has the opportunity to respond to that social media question as well.
Andrew, what they know about you is that you have 28 bank accounts, that you received several $1 million in cash deposits from anonymous donors in your bank account, that your companies had transactions of over $400 million, several thousand transactions between them, and that Positive Jamaica Foundation, a non-profit which you are intimately connected with, provided resources which you use for personal investments through your personal company. We have signed the Leadership Code of Conduct developed by Integrity Commission. All of our spokespersons and myself have signed. None of your people have signed it. I am committed to ensuring that all members of the executive, when we form government, will have their Integrity Commission declarations published, not just the leader of the opposition and what should happen, but hasn't happened in your case because you're not certified, the Prime Minister. So the whole question that has been asked is an excellent question. And we really need to step up our vigilance against corrupt behavior, nepotism and cronyism. The volume of scandals under this Jamaica Labour Party government is unprecedented. Over the number of ministers who have had to be removed from frontline duty, many of them parked in the naughty corner in OPM rather than being sacked. It is a disgrace to the country, and your personal situation where you're operating under a deep cloud because your Integrity Commission declarations are not certified also is something which Jamaica cannot go forward with.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is The Perspective, and I'm your host, Perry in Christ. Definitely encouraging you all to continue to like up the platform. Parliament today. Wow. Heard that Dr. Dawes blazed a fire. The fire of the comrade, the fire of the People's National Party. Let's see if we can hear what Dr. Dawes go on with, ladies and gentlemen. What do you think? I think we should hear what Dr. Dawes go on with. I cannot imagine. Listen, Mr. Tufton must be a special human being. To lack shame in such a way, it is very concerning. No conscience. No conscience. No conscience. Look at the state. And I cannot imagine that Tufton feels so comfortable in Parliament to even give a presentation about matters of accountability, transparency with what is happening in health today. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know who to blame, but Mr. Tufton is too comfortable in our Parliament. He is too comfortable in Parliament. Tufton should have been pressured into resignation. He should have been pressured into resignation. Well, you know what was the hair that broke the camel's back? Well, that should have been the hair that broke the camel's back. You see, when we see how many of our people in this country with eye problem who had surgeries to do and now they're in limbo because this unconscionable administration ended such a very important partnership between Jamaica and Cuba. Can you imagine? And you would think that good conscience would prevail. The type of people defending this NaRRA bill, it says a lot. And I hope that persons are listening. Let us go over to Parliament and hear what Mr. Dawes had to say, ladies and gentlemen. Mighty God, help us, help us, help us, help us.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I write it on the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Bill 2026. I desperately want to believe that this Parliament subscribes to Bayesian reasoning rather than the dogmatic entrenchment of partisan positions. That we understand that our positions are not absolute truths, they are probabilities. And through honest debate, through the examination of evidence, we update these probabilities. We move closer to what is right, closer to what works, closer to what the people need. We did not come to Parliament to win arguments. We came to Parliament to win a future for the people. And Mr. Speaker, if there was ever a moment that demanded that approach from this chamber, it is now. Hurricane Melissa was the worst disaster to strike this nation in a generation. The assessed damage, over $12 billion US. The people of Western Jamaica, the mother in Maroon Town, the fisherman in Black River, the farmer in Darlaston, the child in Falmouth, they are not waiting for us to be right. They are waiting for us to get it right. And being right, Mr. Speaker, and getting it right are not always the same. If we are genuine servant leaders, not merely in title but in practice, then I beg this honorable House, examine the evidence, weigh it honestly, update your positions so that the bill we pass today into law will secure the present of the people who sent us here and the future of the children and grandchildren they are raising in rubble. We were not sent here by the powerful to protect the powerful. We were sent here by the powerless to protect them from the powerful. Mr. Speaker, the man in the street watching these debates is asking one question. What is NaRRA? The superficial answer is that NaRRA is a reconstruction body. But the question is not what NaRRA is. The question is what NaRRA is for. Is NaRRA the answer to the devastation caused by Hurricane Melissa? Or was Hurricane Melissa the answer to this government's long and deliberate march towards authoritarianism and absolutism? Because, Mr. Speaker, the bill before us does not give power to the people to rebuild their country. It takes power from the people and gives it to one man, accountable to one minister, anointed by one prime minister. What is proposed here today is a bill that entrenches.
Sakata, we are mash up, you know. Fire under the Holy Ghost. Every crisis, every condition, every operation of hell. Fire, fire, Bishop. I got your back, fire, fire. Jesus Christ, watch the operation. Watch the operation. Jesus Christ, this foot back road. Come, come. Come on. Cover your pastor, cover your pastor. Go in, Bishop, go in. Go in, Bishop. Take down the Illuminati. Take down the voodoo. Take down the Freemason. Take down the witches. Take down the warlock. Take down the Wabiaism. Him under the Holy Ghost, you know, left him, left him.
This government's long-held desire to concentrate power and resources into the hands of a few and to castrate the state agencies and civil servants whose constitutional roles are to act as watchdogs over every taxpayer dollar. Mr. Speaker, I have served.
This is a song about my first kiss.
For a reconstruction body with a similar oversight and accountability framework. I did not find a better model that Jamaica ignored. I found that Jamaica invented the worst model. I am convinced that this government has designed the weakest governance model for a disaster reconstruction authority that has ever been assembled by a modern democracy. A model destined by its very architecture to be scandal-ridden, destined to fail in its strategic objectives of efficient, resilient, and meaningful reconstruction of the infrastructure and the lives of Jamaican people. The Prime Minister spoke of Peru. He carried us thousands of miles across the world to find his cautionary tale. But, Mr. Speaker, we need not travel that far. The answers are closer to home. The warnings are in our neighborhood. When Hurricane Dorian swept through the Bahamas in September 2019, a Category 5 storm, the strongest ever to make direct landfall in that nation, the Bahamian government did not reach for a CEO with absolute powers and an advisory board. They built a full governing board of directors with legally bound fiduciary duties. The Disaster Reconstruction Authority Act of 2019 established a separate chairman, a vice chairman, a managing director, Not one omnipotent executive answerable to only a prime minister, but a board with duties, with power, with accountability baked into the law itself. The Bahamas did not trust their reconstruction to one man. They trusted it to a board. And yet, this government asks that Jamaica trust ours to one man with no board. On procurement, the very area this bill defers to, with a ministerial order after it passes, the Bahamians wrote the obligation directly into their law. All contracts awarded within a fiscal year must be publicly disclosed. Their audited accounts had to reach the minister within 3 months of the financial year end. But, Mr. Speaker, even with all of that, the Bahamas still had a scandal. Their forensic audit revealed extreme executive salaries with no basis in performance, companies billing the government for work that they can't prove, and contractors without submitting evidence of a single day's work done, $20 million spent on debris management with non-compliant contractors. The Bahamas had stronger oversight and still fell apart. And Jamaica, through this government, wants us with weaker oversight to stand with them. Cannot work. The logic does not hold. The math does not add up. And the people will pay the price. And then, Mr. Speaker, we look at Haiti. When the earthquake of 2010 killed 200. Mr. Speaker, I am begging protection from Waldorf and Statler from the Muppets. When the earthquake of 2010 killed 230,000 people, the interim Haiti Recovery Commission was co-chaired by the Haitian Prime Minister and Bill Clinton. Voting seats went to the legislature, the judiciary, trade unions, business, diaspora, civil society. They had more governance than NaRRA in every measurable way. Haiti had every governance structure that this bill refuses to create. And the reconstruction still failed. Jamaica is refusing to create these structures, and we are promising that it will succeed. The lesson from both our neighbors is the same. Elaborate governance does not automatically guarantee success, but the absence of governance guarantees failure. We on this side are not saying that good governance will save us, but we are saying that bad governance will certainly destroy us. Mr. Speaker, let me go into an area that my colleagues on the other side would prefer I leave unspoken. The question at the heart of this debate is not merely about governance models. It is about trust. And trust must be earned before it is given. You cannot legislate trust into existence when it has been betrayed so many times, over and over and over.
So them
again.
are fire. And if the enemy are fire, you can't stand up like stooge. You can't go on like a fool. You have to fire back. Somebody load up and say, pop, 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 pop. Lord God, badam, bam, bam, bam. Jesus Christ, what is what? Pop, 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 pop. Jesus Christ, war tonight, Bishop. Warfare tonight. Warfare. Badam, bam, bam, bam. Boom, boom.
Government is not asking us to trust the system. They're asking us to trust them. And those two requests, Mr. Speaker, are very different things. Are we to believe, are Jamaicans to believe, that the government that closed the corner shops during COVID, while big supermarkets operated freely, will now protect the small local contractor? Are we to believe that the government that arrested ordinary Jamaicans on the streets for breaching curfew, while their very own toasted at uptown parties on no movement days, will now apply the rules equally to all? Are we to believe that the government that spent a decade building highways while the side roads of every constituency develop potholes wide enough and deep enough to swallow a vehicle will now prioritize communities that the highways don't reach? Mr. Speaker, are we expected to believe that the government that allowed money to be extracted from the Ministry of Health through overpriced contracts and well-connected companies, dare I say sweetheart deals, while patients slept on chairs in corridors and died waiting for tests to be done, will suddenly become responsible stewards of public health funds?
So them on fire, and if the enemy on fire, you can't stand up like stooge. You can't go on like a fool. You have to fire back. Somebody load up and say pop, 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 pop.
From the Ministry of Health through overpriced contracts and well-connected companies, dare I say sweetheart deals, while patients slept on chairs in corridors and died waiting for tests to be done, will suddenly become responsible stewards of public health funds? Are we to believe that the government that fought with all its might not to pay doctors, nurses, teachers, civil servants what they deserve, while raising their salaries by 200%, will now put the needs of the people above the interests of the powerful? They could not find the money to pay the nurse who saves lives. They found the money to pay themselves. But now they want us to believe that they will use $2 trillion to save the lives of the people the nurses serve. Mr. Speaker, NaRRA in its present form is rubbing butter up puss mouth. I say that without apology, because the people watching these debates understand exactly what this means. It means do not give something precious and powerful to someone who has repeatedly shown you that they will abuse it. And it means if you do, do not pretend you did not know it would happen. We are not being asked to give NaRRA power and hope for the best. We are being asked to strip, because the people watching in its present form is rubbing butter up puss mouth.
Here, Sakata is we are mash up, you know. Fire under the Holy Ghost. Every crisis, every condition, every operation of hell. Fire, fire, Bishop. I got your back. Fire, fire. Jesus Christ, watch the operation. Watch the operation. Jesus Christ, this foot park road. Come, come. Come on. Cover your pastor. Cover your pastor. Go in, Bishop. Go in. Go in, Bishop. Take down the Illuminati. Take down the voodoo. Take down the Freemason. Take down the witches. Take down the warlock. Take down the Wabiaism. Him under the Holy Ghost, you know, let him.
lives. They found the money to pay themselves. But now they want us to believe that they will use $2 trillion to save the lives of the people the nurses serve. Mr. Speaker, NaRRA in its present form is rubbing butter a puss mouth. I say that without apology because the people watching these debates understand exactly what this means. It means do not give something precious and powerful.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm in the background watching. Are you hearing me, by the way? Let me know in the chat if you're hearing me, because I'm smiling because I didn't get so far in Parliament because I had to come and start the show. But let me know if you are hearing me in the background. This is exactly what we appreciate from the opposition. And I can tell you why we appreciate this. This makes the job easier for advocates like myself. When you and I have given Dr. Dawes his flowers from when he started the investigations into the debacle at the University Hospital of the West Indies, the fiasco at the University of the West Indies. I believe with all my heart that Dr. Dawes is a natural advocate. And if you look closely, there is a Rasta man in the back looking on, and he too is smiling just as though I am smiling. As a new MP, I believe Dr. Dawes has definitely blazed the trail. He has been blazing the trail. Of course, Damien Proud. And this is why we have to continue to encourage our opposition to be very vocal and firm with their stances. Because it is one thing for Jamaicans to hear Perry Cummings Jr. from the perspective saying that the NaRRA bill in its current form is atrocious. That's just at one level. But when you have the duly elected members of Parliament firing on all cylinders, hammering home, and everybody is on the same page, the advocacy becomes more effective. The NaRRA bill in its current form, it is definitely rubbing that old chiffon butter at puss mouth. Indeed. And we cannot rub no more butter at them a pussy mouth, ladies and gentlemen. No. Let's get back to Dawes' presentation.
To someone who has repeatedly shown you that they will abuse it. And it means, if you do not pretend you did not know it would happen. We are not being asked to give NaRRA power and hope for the best. We are being asked to strip NaRRA of accountability and pretend nothing will go wrong. Mr. Speaker, let us examine precisely what this bill creates at its center. One CEO appointed directly by the Prime Minister, no merit-based selection requirement in the bill, no independent vetting, no governing board with fiduciary duties, an advisory board only, with no power to override, no power to dismiss, no power to compel. They call it an advisory board. But advice without authority is not governance. It is chattings. This CEO, this Caesar, will exercise authority over nearly 2 trillion Jamaican dollars. He will select his own auditor annually, subject only to the approval of the cabinet secretary, who serves the same cabinet that appointed Caesar in the first place. So, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister appoints the CEO selects the auditor, the Cabinet Secretary approves the auditor, the Cabinet Secretary serves the Prime Minister. This is not a circle of accountability. This is circling the wagons. For $2 trillion of public funds, this is what we are signing away. We are being asked to spend the money now and account for it later. But later is too late for the people whose money is being spent today. And if you dare to speak about what is happening inside that authority, Section 14 provides criminal penalties of up to $1 million or 1 year in prison for unauthorized disclosure. No express whistleblower protection clause. None. Then we have a sweeping indemnity regime that can cover even criminal proceedings. So they commit a crime and the taxpayers have to pay for it, for their defense. They have criminalized speaking the truth about NaRRA, and they have indemnified those who abuse it. The watchdog has been muzzled, the fox has been released, and the chicken coop is guarded by a CEO who may or may not love fried chicken.
Sakata. We are mash up, fire.
Mr. Speaker.
Under the Holy Ghost. Every crisis, every condition, every operation of hell. Fire, fire, Bishop. I got your back. Fire, fire. Jesus Christ, watch the operation. Watch the operation. Jesus Christ, Eastwood Park Road. Come, come. Come on. Cover your pastor. Cover your pastor. Go in, Bishop. Go in. Go in, Bishop. Take down the Illuminati. Take down the voodoo. Take down the Freemason. Take down the witches. Take down the warlock. Take down the Wabiaism. Him under the Holy Ghost, you know, let him, let him.
Taxpayers have to pay for it, for their defense. They have criminalized speaking the truth about NaRRA, and they have indemnified those who abuse it. The watchdog has been muzzled, the fox has been released, and the chicken coop is guarded by a CEO who may or may not love fried chicken. Mr. Speaker, Lord Acton warned us, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts. Absolutely. This government is not merely ignoring that warning. They are writing it into law and calling it efficiency. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister announced that NaRRA will build a new Kingston Public Hospital, and we always welcome that. But he also announced a new government campus at National Hero Circle. And I have a simple question for this Honourable House. Why is this government building a new home for itself where the people who elected it are still without a home? And I have a simple question for this Honourable House. Why is this government building a new home for itself where the people who elected it are still without a home? And I have a simple question for this Honourable House. Why is this government building a new home for itself where the people who elected it are still without a home?
ladies and gentlemen, are just popping in again in the background here to emphasize this very important point. Maybe persons who are not aware of what is happening may think that I am not here. So let me just show just a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just stick a pin right there. Well, we may not even touch other topics to how this NaRRA thing here. Not only did the Prime Minister announce that there would be this building of this new parliamentary building, the Prime Minister made it clear that this would be a matter of priority. The Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, said that this would be a matter of priority to build this new parliamentary building. But people out there, right across the different parishes, a lot of them, they don't have proper roofs, they don't even have proper houses. Some of them don't have houses. And Mr. Holness is telling the people of this country that we don't care that your houses were destroyed by this natural phenomenon. It is more important for the politicians on both sides to go into a new parliamentary building, while the people right across this country who have not yet recovered from Hurricane Melissa, they must continue to live under the open heavens, praying that the rain don't fall, because people have turned tarpaulins into roofs because the roof program is a complete failure. That is what is the priority of the Andrew Holness-led administration. And you're going to tell me about a caring government? You're going to tell me about a caring government? Madness. Madness.
The new parliament building, the new government campus, the new KPH, these were on government wish lists long before Hurricane Melissa arrived. Which is why we ask again, is Melissa the answer to the prayers of the government? Melissa did not create these ambitions. Melissa created the financing to pay for these ambitions. Financing that future generations of Jamaicans will have to repay with interest. The storm destroyed the people's homes, and the government is using the money collected and meant to rebuild those homes to build their own legacy project and home. For 10 years, 10 consecutive years, every major hospital in Western Jamaica has crumbled under the weight of the Cornwall regional debacle. Patients from Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth and Hanover traveled all the way to Kingston because their regional hospital could not serve them. And for 10 years, this government did nothing sufficient. Now Melissa has come. Now there is Melissa money. And what rises to the top of the project list? The government campus, the parliament building. For 10 years, they could not find the money to fix the hospital that serves the West. Now they have found the money and they're spending it on the East. The people who suffer the most are the last in line. Relax, Rose, wait. Rose. East, Kingston. Priorities. Rose, of all the people interrupting me. And who decides? The bill is explicit. The cabinet shall cause to be issued the authority and official list of approved projects. NaRRA cannot even originate its own project list. Every comparable reconstruction body in the world, in the Bahamas, in Haiti, was empowered to identify and originate projects. NaRRA must wait to be told what to do. The authority has all the power to build, but it has no power to decide what to build. The power to execute is given to NaRRA. The power to direct is kept by the cabinet. This is not delegation. This is subcontracting corruption. If the Prime Minister decides that the new Parliament building is a reconstruction and resilience project, it goes on the list, and NaRRA builds it with your money, without a board to question it, without a parliamentary vote on procurement, without an Auditor General review. Mr. Speaker, let me speak to what is truly at stake. Then raise a point of order. It's an internal auditor for 1 year. Mr. Speaker, let me speak to what is truly at stake. Because this is not a debate about institutional design. This is a debate about the future of Jamaica. The destructive force of Hurricane Melissa can be a blessing in disguise. If the short-term pain unlocks the long-term transformation of this country, $2 trillion, the largest injection of capital into this economy in our history. This could solve the age-old problems that have plagued ordinary Jamaicans for generations. It is not the magnitude of the storm that defines a disaster. It is the nation's response to the disaster of the storm. Let us not make this crisis go to waste in building a better Jamaica. We could build roads that do not flood every season, drains that channel water rather than carry away communities, government buildings that do not shame the people who work in them, houses that are designed for Jamaicans to live in with dignity, not relics of an era before black Jamaicans were smaddified. We have the money to build a new Jamaica, but we are choosing the governance structures of the old plantocracy. Instead of heeding 28 civil society organizations, instead of heeding 29 members, I see you member, 29 members of parliament, instead of heeding the joint submission of Jamaicans for Justice and the Jamaica Environment Trust, this government presses forward. The Auditor General, even before this bill has even passed, has already launched a Hurricane Melissa relief governance audit because the patterns of mismanagement were already present. They're visible in the early relief response. The Auditor General is already auditing the relief, and this government is passing a law to keep scrutiny away from the reconstruction. They have seen the scrutiny coming, and they're legislating it away. We are not building the NaRRA that Jamaica needs. We are building the conditions that will require another NaRRA when, God forbid, the predicted devastating earthquake strikes or when the next killer storm comes to this beloved island. We are not building back better. We are building forward worse. But this time, with $2 trillion to accelerate the next collapse. Worse. Madam, Mr. Speaker, they may pass this bill today. You have the numbers. You may ignore the 28 civil society groups. You may dismiss the 29 MPs who have expressed concerns about this bill. You may look past the Bahamian forensic audit, the Haitian failure, the Auditor General's work already in the public domain, your own scandals. You have the power to pass this bill today, but the people have the power to judge you tomorrow. When the people who are suffering from the hurricane, you don't talk, you are the Casanova of sweetheart deals. The Casanova of sweetheart deals. When the people who are suffering from the hurricane that passed 6 months ago, I know face another
you can't stand up like stooge. You can't go on like a fool. You have to fire back. Somebody load up and say, pop, 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 pop. Lord God, badam, bam, bam, bam. Jesus Christ, what is what pop, 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 pop. Jesus Christ, war tonight, Bishop. Warfare tonight. Warfare. Badam, bam, bam, bam. Boom, boom.
You don't talk. You are the Casanova of sweetheart deals. The Casanova of sweetheart deals. When the people who are suffering from the hurricane that passed 6 months ago and now face another hurricane season in 6 weeks, when they realize what was done here today, you will never be forgiven. So let my words go down in prophecy. This day will be remembered as the beginning of the end of this government. Because the mother in Maroon Town shall remember. The daughter in Darlington shall remember. The baby in Black River shall remember. The pensioner in Portmore shall remember. They will remember the future you stole from them. They will remember the better health care you removed from them. They will remember the hope that they lost on this day. History does not remember those who had power. It remembers those who used the power for the benefit of the powerless. This government will be remembered, but I promise you, not for the reason you imagine. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Here. Sakata. We are mash up, you know. Fire under the Holy Ghost. Every crisis,
so
every condition, every operation of hell. Fire, fire, Bishop. I got your back. Fire, fire. Jesus Christ, watch the operation. Watch the operation. Jesus Christ, Eastwood Park Road. Come. Come on. Cover your pastor. Cover your pastor. Go in, Bishop. Go in, Bishop. Take down the Illuminati. Take down the voodoo. Take down the Freemason. Take down the witches. Take down the warlock. Take down the Wabiaism. The man that the Holy Ghost, you know, left him.
Go down in prophecy. This day will be remembered as the beginning of the end of this government. Because the mother in Maroon Town shall remember. The daughter in Darlington shall remember. The baby in Black River shall remember. The pensioner in Portmore shall remember. They will remember the future you stole from them. They will remember the better health care you removed from them. They will remember the hope that they lost on this day. History does not remember those who had power. It remembers those who used the power for the benefit of the powerless. This government will be remembered, but I promise you, not for the reason you imagine. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Member.
Ladies and gentlemen, look at, you see this face right here? You know when them say talk truth, what is saying? Say talk truth and shame the devil? As I go. This is the face of when evil spirits are troubled because of the truth. You can see the devils, the demons that has been oppressing the Jamaica Labour Party. The demons are acting up, ladies and gentlemen, because the truth hurt. Mighty God of Daniel, the word went forth, piercing bone and marrow, ladies and gentlemen. The demons just acting up. The evil spirit just acting up. That is the face of corruption, ladies and gentlemen. And they can't happy when Dawes expose them. That is the most potent presentation that I have seen since the September 3rd general election in Parliament, ladies and gentlemen.
And if the enemy are fire, you can't stand up like stooge. You can't go on like a fool. You have to fire back. Somebody load up and say, pop, 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 pop. Lord God, badam, bam, bam, bam. Jesus Christ, what is what pop, 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 pop. Jesus Christ, war tonight, Bishop. Warfare tonight. Warfare. Badam, bam, bam, bam. Boom, boom.
That was a powerful presentation. That pierced bone and marrow. Because the reality is, ladies and gentlemen, the arrogance of the Jamaica Labour Party government, the arrogance of the Andrew Holness led administration will never allow them, after such a beating, to put a hold on the passing of the bill. So they will pass it to prove a point. But as Dr. Dawes said, Jamaica will remember this day when, in the face of truth and justice, this corrupt administration preferred to prove a point than to take in considerations the valid concerns. What a powerful presentation. The People's National Party should extract that presentation by Dr. Dawes. It must be put down on every single platform running for years to come, to show, ladies and gentlemen, that the Jamaica Labour Party administration can never be fit to run Jamaica land we love. They blatantly accept, hug up and facilitate corruption. Even when the truth is staring them in the face, they prefer to pull power moves and to act with ego. Of course, there are advisors of Ivex, because the truth was boxing up. I saw the words as a punch. Hey, let me tell you something, you know. You see words? The power of words. You know that one word can change a man's life? One word of positivity can take an addict out of the drug dens and of coke, ecstasy and other drugs. Just one word can change a man's life. Just one word. Words are powerful. Words are life. Life and death is in the power of the tongue. When Dr. Dawes spoke today in Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, every word, every syllable, every pause, every analogy, every breakdown of the bill from Dr. Dawes' perspective, ladies and gentlemen, it pierced the bone. And Great Jamaica, and them are so me and me love, ladies and gentlemen, and them are so me and me love.
And if the enemy are fire, you can't stand up like stooge. You can't go on like careful. You have to fire back. Somebody load up and say, pop, 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 pop. Lord God, badam, bam, bam, bam. Jesus Christ, what is what pop, 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 pop. Jesus Christ, war tonight, Bishop. Warfare tonight. Warfare. Badam, bam, bam, bam. Boom, boom.
Ladies and gentlemen, me feel like me need to change my clothes. As a matter, I'm not really green, you know. This not green, it blue. But me feel like me need to put on my orange shirt, ladies and gentlemen. I am a proud comrade. Michael Manley is looking down and he's smiling. I am going to take a break and I am going to change in my orange shirt. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to put on my orange shirt tonight because the opposition, the People's National Party, they came out swinging. They have dissected the bill. They have exposed again the Jamaica Labour Party government. They have exposed the Andrew Holness administration for the criminals that they are. I have to change. I'm going to a break. Fire, comrades, blood and
respective family. Big up yourself every time, Perry the General. One do it, comrade. The word is love. Where we are go do? Police them a kill off, use the tree on the roads. Where we are go do? The price gone up on the JLP let loose. Where we are go do? Times hard and politicians don't have a clue. Where we are go do? Where we are go do? Aye, time for trust and keep the faith to help us win this race. Poor people now no food, all them see a empty plate. And the rich them getting richer, them fi burn up in the lake. Promises they make, but enough of them are fake. But black love divide, put politics aside. A time for we unite, a time for do the right. We have to start by speaking truth and not the lie. Perry set the trend, we have to all unite. Pressure it a boil, farmers them a toil. And all our work them no see nothing at all. We can't segregate, we can't separate. Put aside the war, time for love not it. Pressure it a boil, farmers them a toil. And all our work them no see nothing at all. We can't segregate, we can't separate. Put aside the war, time for love not it.
And Protherapy, we are here to help you to bring ultimate relaxation to your feet. Our hot stone, Swedish and deep tissue massage services are here to help you to get rid of tensions, minor swellings and aches and pain, increase flexibility and circulation. If you are having any heart or circulatory diseases, then this might not be for you. Reach out to us and let's see if you can secure yourself with a foot massage for as low as $4,500. Thank you for choosing Pearl Therapy, the healing hub.
Are you frustrated with your skincare? Are you tired of acne, blemishes, scars, sagging skin, wrinkles, discoloration? Why not enjoy our wide array of products from skin, hair, and personal care? Place your frustration on our shoulders, and we will get you smiling again. The power of our products are in our formulation and ingredients. Listen to our customer testimonial. This is what she has to say.
Oh my gosh, look at my face. I've been using these products for a year, exactly 1 year. If you have not tried them, you need to try them. They really work. Look at my skin.
Visit our website or contact us at 917-557-6204. Make it Tony and Organics and order yours today.
Food is designed to be felt, not just tasted. Soft warmth, gentle richness, a harmony that melts effortlessly on the tongue. At Cummings Exquisite Caterers, every dish is an invitation, guided by passion, finished with elegance. We cater for life's most meaningful moments, elegant weddings, private celebrations, and much more. With a serene repass center just 10 minutes away from two major cemeteries. We are located at 38 Dublin Spanish Town Road. Reach out to us 876-573-9124.
Cummings Exquisite Caterers, where desire.
For we are marching on to progress. Time come, sound the alarm. Ladies and gentlemen, I had to change. Ladies and gentlemen. I had to change. Brilliant job. I'm hearing that Nikisha Burchell, she go on with herself too. But we're almost out of time. Let me touch on a few things. We do have some other matters to touch, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna get back to NaRRA. My viewers, please let me know if they are going to pass the bill. Probably they come to the decision before the show is through. Probably we have to stay a little longer because I want to know what is happening. But listen, man, Donna Thompson, you know me have to change. That the orange. Yes, man. But let us touch some other matters in our nation. We're gonna touch and go back to NaRRA. Listen to what is happening, because I'm hearing that the Bank of Jamaica, they have begun their search for a new governor. Listen to this, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening and welcome to the Business Day. I am Sandy Williams. Minister of Finance and the Public Service, Favour Williams, has announced the start of the search for a new governor of the Bank of Jamaica. The new governor will succeed Richard Biles, whose term is set to end on August 18, 2026. Minister Williams says the recruitment process will be guided by principles of transparency and good governance, with a focus on identifying the best candidate to lead the central bank. She notes that the incoming governor will be expected to maintain economic stability, advance the modernization of the financial system, and expand the use of digital payments, particularly among underserved groups. The minister adds that the role will also involve ensuring that the benefits of sound monetary policy translate into increased jobs and investment across the economy. A search committee has been established to assist in the process. The committee will identify a short list of candidates from which a recommendation will be submitted to Cabinet and ultimately to the Governor General for appointment in keeping with the Bank of Jamaica Act. The cutoff time for local bank transfer via RTGS system.
Ladies and gentlemen, who will be the new governor? And how can we guarantee that this will not be another nepotism? Another nepotism saga. Because what we are recognizing, ladies and gentlemen, is a trend. And the trend is simply this. There seems to be a lot of people getting positions in this nation and they're not qualified, or there seems to be this great responsibility rested on the Prime Minister of our country to approve appointments. It's the same thing happening with NaRRA right now. Bagger Friend and Company, somebody say Arbin Hill. Is that so? Is it true, ladies and gentlemen? Because it seems as if a Friend and Company run Jamaica. Be a Friend and Company. Be a Friend and I hearsay too. Hearsay. So I'm watching to see what the appointment will look like. You know, we're just touching other matters. Boy, the NaRRA conversation, very serious conversation, ladies and gentlemen. Our comrade leader voices concerns over the body-worn cameras. We're gonna touch on that. You know, we've said a lot about the body-worn cameras on the perspective, but you know, for information, we're going to just reiterate through our comrade leader what he had shared. Then we're gonna go back to Parliament, hear what Nikisha Burchell said. She's also another bright spark over the opposition. We'd like to hear her presentation as well, and you know she can be very, very witty with the intellect mixed, so we want to hear from her as well. But listen to comrade leader on the body-worn cameras. Ladies and gentlemen, the People's National Party is leading. The People's National Party is leading. I don't see how the Jamaica Labour Party government can bounce back from this, because whether they pass the bill or not, one thing is clear: the opposition was right. Whether the government passed the bill or not, whether or not, it is clear that the opposition was right all along. It is clear from Malahoo Fort. Malahoo Fort could step out of her political garments and put on the black, green and gold. It is enough for us to understand that the NaRRA bill is a threat to national progress. It is a threat to our democracy. It is a threat to good governance and no well-thinking Jamaican. That's why you hear Dr. Dawes say, for the 29 MPs, because Delana Seabright, Floyd Green, and Nestor Morgan, they are all yes men, weak jellybacks. They are not going to criticize. And it took a beautiful woman, because you know I don't discriminate women, you know. Whether you're a Labourite or you're a PNP, I may not agree with your political views, but the Lord made you beautiful. The beautiful Malahoo Fort stood up, and she had a peer. She had a peer. She had a peer. And she stood up for what's right. And I have to respect that. I have to respect that. Listen to comrade leader, a part of it, about the body-worn cameras. I don't know. You know, if God was like man, Dr. Chang would have gotten a stroke. Dr. Chang would have perished in his sleep last night if God was like man. You better thank God for grace and mercy.
The parliamentary opposition is taking the National Security Minister Dr. Horace Chang to task over recent comments about the use of body-worn cameras. Speaking at the PNP's National Executive Council meeting in St. Mary on the weekend, PNP President Mark Golding accused the government of being out of touch. Sandy Williams explains.
The debate is as explosive as the operations at the center of it. Opposition leader Mark Golding, speaking at a PNP National Executive Council meeting in St. Mary recently, is accusing the government of being, quote, deluded, arguing that Jamaica is facing what he calls an untenable situation.
We have a government where the Minister of National Security almost seems deluded about the issue of body-worn cameras.
Mr. Golding indicates that this is not an attack on the police. He says the opposition supports law enforcement, even backing strategies like focused deterrence, which he notes has helped drive down murders in recent years. But he insists support does not mean silence.
It is quite clear that there is an untenable situation in relation to the level of police fatal shootings in the society.
At the heart of the clash is a controversial position from National Security Minister Dr. Horace Chang, who recently argued that body-worn cameras are not practical during operations involving armed criminals, citing the dangers and unpredictability of gun battles. Mr. Golding is rejecting that outright.
There is no principled objection to the policy of body-worn cameras being worn, especially on specialized operations when the bulk of those killings take place.
The opposition leader says the issue goes beyond the policy. It's about pain felt in communities across Jamaica where fatal police encounters leave families searching for answers.
And those of us who are in constituencies as the elected representatives of the people where these incidents are happening, feel it for the families and the friends and the communities who are impacted when perceived injustice arises, and it is happening too often, and the Minister of National Security should not pretend that there is no need for body-worn cameras or it's not viable.
He argues body-worn cameras are safeguards, already widely used internationally. He says they ensure transparency at the very moment state power is most forcefully applied.
That this is a mechanism that ensures accountability and transparency at the tip of the spear, where the powers of the state are being impacted most acutely on the citizen.
According to Mr. Golding, the police should embrace it and normalize it because public trust is on the line. Sandy Williams, TVJ News.
It is alarming though, ladies and gentlemen, that this is even a discussion. Look how deteriorated our public discourse has become in this nation. Look at the things that we have to unfortunately be discussing, whether or not it is appropriate, whether or not it is right for police officers on high risk operations, whether or not it is right for them to wear body-worn cameras. Can you imagine? That is where the conversation is in. Who in their right mind would even oppose the wearing of body-worn cameras in this present day and age? Give you one better. In the context of Jamaica, where we know corruption exists, who in their right mind, ladies and gentlemen, would disagree with our police officers wearing body-worn cameras? That is backward. That's backward policy. That is a threat to national security. That's a threat to national security, ladies and gentlemen. It is sad that it's unfortunate. But I won't give any trouble. I was about to say the equivalent or the other half, but I know that wouldn't have been appropriate to say, because that would assume that there is some form of familiarity. So I cannot say the other half of Dr. Dawes. I can only say the female version, in my opinion, of the. And I'm not playing matchmaker, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want nobody say me I play matchmaker.
Sakata, we are mash up, fire under the Holy Ghost. Every crisis, every condition, every operation of hell, fire, Bishop. I got your back, fire. Jesus Christ, watch the operation. Jesus Christ, this would back.
I cannot say the other half, but I see her as the female version of Dr. Dawes. My intel is telling me that she did a good job, and we all want to also hear her out. Marshy's calling. Let us take Marshy's call, and then we go over to Parliament again. Marshy.
Yeah, man, what on?
Blessings, Marshy. What on, man?
Me there. 117 days. Gone for the year.
Yes.
And the police gone 119.
Jesus.
So we know more than one a day. And if you want to know something, to our date of the month.
The 28th.
28th. Good, then got 37 for that month already.
More than the days of the month, eh?
No, it look like genocide to me.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
And remember, I just pure Jamaican black did that tonight, right?
My God.
So we can upgrade it to ethnic cleansing. That's what it looks to me. And the Prime Minister not say nothing.
No, but the Prime Minister is a black man, Marshy. You would think that with a black Prime Minister, we would have had some protection as black men in this nation.
Well, me sure he's not a Jamaican.
Oh my God. Oh yes, well he did say.
Because born in Jamaica, don't make it a Jamaica.
Fire! And if the enemy are fire, you can't
classify him as. I just don't know.
You don't know.
It don't look good.
It don't look good.
Yeah, and when you look on some of the people them want to support the bill in a parliament today, and them I tell you, say, we should trust them. Can you trust Christopher Tufton?
Trust Christopher Tufton? Oh no.
Can you trust Bobby Montague?
I wouldn't trust Bobby Montague to buy a bun and cheese at the shop for me.
Can you trust? When the lady don't remember her memory no good because she don't remember to show a Mercedes Benz.
Oh, we are talking another rimpley. There's so many names.
Yes, man. She never remembers the chef.
That is
right. Can you trust the Prime Minister?
Trust the Prime Minister of this country?
He lied.
Yeah, but listen, Marshy, as you say, Marshy, if the Prime Minister tell us that Jesus is coming back,
but me get afraid, man.
Me get afraid.
Yes, man. Yeah, man. And many of who supporting the bill in Parliament today, they know indulge in a corruption and they can kick out of Parliament.
I'm wondering.
Kick out of cabinet.
Yes.
And then people that you have now, I go pass bill where you can teach steps towards fraud and bezel kleptocracy, kleptomaniac, all of the word they must mean. And you know, if you go down a Coronation Market, some of them boys they don't know, we tell you what kind of teeth you are.
Yes.
You know, which is not fit for your play.
No.
And we must trust them.
Trust.
As somebody remind them in Parliament, Bobby Montague, I know the youth garden can't come.
Yes.
The advance can't show the receipts and the all bus them went by. Oh yeah, and then people start so we trust them.
Madness.
No man, no. It gone too bad now. It gone just too bad.
Too bad.
And it hurt to talk about it, but we just cannot trust these people with our money. No. And the finance minister, I know she talk, but she ended up being a liar because she said Jamaica have the money to pay for the oil if anything. That advance to anybody tell you anything like that a foolishness them at all. You just can't trust them. It's just we in a sad state. Yes. We in a very sad state. And the Prime Minister, I just said the Prime Minister lie. Because when them ask me if I'm any member of him party, is under an investigation from the Integrity Commission. He said, I searched far and wide. None of them.
Over nationwide. Over nationwide.
Over nation. And the man in question, him, them are investigators. And then people that we trust with the money. And then you are going to give him power when he can do as he like. It make us sick. Good night, Perry.
Blessings, Bashi, blessings. Can you imagine? Ladies and gentlemen, this administration wants me to trust them. You're crazy? You're crazy? No, ladies and gentlemen. Madness. Madness. I can't do it. I don't know how to trust this administration. Ladies and gentlemen, I heard that Sister Burchell did her thing in Parliament. I want to hear a female voice from the opposition on this NaRRA matter. And we've seen some moments from Sister Burke. Continue liking up the live, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Andrea Burke, we mentioned it at the beginning of the show, but let us do it again. Yes, we heard of Big Stone's death. The People's National Party also posted that on their page. This person was a voice of reason. While I didn't know him personally, I understood the voice that he carried. And from yesterday, the People's National Party endorsing, yes man, sleeping power, Big Stone, because we know what you stood for. So again, we are saying condolences to his friends, the family, all of the comrades who are grieving. My God, we would have loved to hear his voice on some of these matters. But as I've always said, death is a road we all must walk. Live every day as if it's your last. Live good with people. Love people. Because you just never know. Life is so short, ladies and gentlemen. And that's why we must do everything in our power to love people and to give each other grace so that we can continue to thrive as a people. Somebody wants a picture, no problem. I'll give you, let me show you what Big Stone look like. It rough, you know, ladies and gentlemen. My God, it rough. You're here today and you're gone tomorrow, you know. I wonder if people understand that life is short. I wonder if people understand that life is short. Listen, gunman now if he take you out, you know. Gunman now if he take you out. Renowned philanthropist. That's what I knew him as. Has died. It's unfortunate, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody say go up until 10. I probably go up until 10. We have quite a lot to cover. I have quite a lot, and I think Parliament is probably still going on. Who knows? I may go up later tonight. But you have to live every day like it is your last. But you know the song says? If I can help somebody. Let me find that song. I am my former pastor, Pastor Patricia Holness. I believe this was one of her favorite songs. This was one of her favorite songs. She actually taught me this song. Let me sing this song for you. The verse says, if I can help somebody as I pass along, if I can cheer somebody with a word or song, if I can show somebody he is traveling wrong, then my living shall not be in vain. then my living shall not be in vain. Then my living shall not be in vain. If I can help somebody as I pass along, then my living shall not be in vain. My God, I don't want to live in vain, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to live in vain. Do good. Do good. Love people. My God, I tell you, it's a very serious commitment. If I can help somebody, then my living shall not be in vain. Woo! Death. Death, death, death. But oh death, where is your sting? You see, when you live in Christ, death has no power over you. When you're in Christ, you are but asleep when you die. Am I speaking to some believers tonight? You know what, before I preach, let me go back to Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, remember to continue to like up the live. I believe we're over 500 likes. We can get it to 600. Let us hear what Sister Burchell said in Parliament. I too am excited to hear what Sister Burchell had to say. And remember too, ladies and gentlemen, remember, if you hear them pass the bill, alright, how should I do this? Mr. Holness is talking now. My viewers, what you want? You want us to hear what the Prime Minister is saying because he's talking now, or should we listen to Sister Burchell? But I want to hear his response to what everybody has been saying in Parliament. So let me know. Let me see a vote in the chat. Let me hear what you guys want to do, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody wants to hear the Prime Minister. Burchell! The queer what Burchell say. Hey, I love these comrades. These comrades are my type of comrades. Alright, let us hear what Sister Burchell is saying.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak on this. It would be a dereliction of duty and a breach of the promise that I made to the people of South St. James if I did not speak on a bill of this magnitude. Yes. One which the Prime Minister himself described as amongst the most consequential pieces of legislation to come before the country in recent times. So for me, this is not abstract. If I remain silent, I would dishonor the 9 lives lost in South St. James during Hurricane Melissa. The homes destroyed, the businesses disrupted, the livelihoods affected, and the children who are still traumatized, still without normalcy, still waiting for life to stabilize. So today, I do not come with theory. We have heard the data from the government ministers. We have heard the estimates. We have heard the scale of the damage as they see it from drones or from their living rooms. But today, I speak from what those numbers do not show. I speak from lived experience.
Your website is the center of your online business. Help protect it from online threats.
Still waiting and still nowhere near that resurgence and resilience that the government is advancing in their newest slogan. In South St. James, that reality is not abstract. It is in Springmount, where the main access road remains a daily challenge for residents trying to get into Montego Bay. It is along the Hampton to Gutters corridor, where people must navigate sections of a narrow 1-lane road with a precipice bordering it, unsafe and unforgiving. If you slip, you slide. It is in Garland's Maroon Town, Bickersteth, where families are still trying to stabilize their living conditions. People still live under tarpaulin. And I'm not saying they're living under a structure covered by tarpaulin no more. It is in Niagara, Cambridge, and Stonehenge, where residents are still struggling with housing repairs, basic infrastructure, and in many cases are still not captured by the government's assistance database. No roof for them under roof. And it is in communities like Roehampton, Johnson Common, Johnson, where the question is not policy, but when help will finally reach. But let me say clearly, I support the need for faster reconstruction. I support coordination. I support removing unnecessary delays. And I say that as a member of parliament who, within weeks of Hurricane Melissa, was approached by an international donor agency, prepared to assist South St. James in a meaningful way. They wanted to build 25 homes at their own expense. They proposed water sourcing solutions and electricity build-out support for affected communities. I took that proposal through the system, engaging permanent secretaries, ministers, heads of ODPEM. I even enlisted the help of the leader of the opposition to try to get it to move. Months later, that approval has not been granted. 25 residents who could be in homes are held back because of one signature. But supporting, you have a voice. You have a voice. Okay, I've never heard your voice. But supporting speed. But supporting speed does not mean accepting.
Sakata. We are mash up, fire under the Holy Ghost. Every crisis, every condition, every operation of hell. Fire, fire, Bishop. I got your back, fire, fire. Jesus Christ, watch the operation. Watch the operation. Jesus Christ, Eastwood Park Road, come. Come on. Cover your pastor, cover your pastor. Go in, Bishop, go in. Go in, Bishop. Take down the Illuminati.
Back because of one signature. But supporting, you have a voice. You have a voice. Okay, I've never heard your voice. But supporting speed. But supporting speed does not mean accepting the diagnosis without question. Because we are being told that procurement is the problem. That procurement is what is holding back recovery. From where I stand, that is a challenge, but not the biggest challenge we are experiencing in the gap between disaster and relief. When the government wanted Starlink devices, they came into the country quickly, no procurement issue there. There was urgency, there was movement, there was delivery. I got one in a hurricane-ravaged constituency. I gave it to a community. And today, those same devices are the subject of review by the Auditor General, with questions being raised about documentation and proper accounting. So procurement did not slow that down. What was missing was accountability. Procurement again. Shelters were activated. People were moved into those shelters, but in too many cases, people were left without adequate food for days after the storm. No cut. That was not a procurement issue. Food could have been sourced. Food could have been delivered. That was a failure of coordination and management. We saw cases where individuals listed as shelter managers were no longer present, some dead, some migrate. That's not procurement. That's a systems failure. We saw food packages being distributed through the JDF And while that distribution moved quickly, it often reached the same individuals repeatedly, while others who were in genuine need remained at the back of the line and are still waiting. That is not procurement. That is a failure of targeting, coordination, and oversight. The system has shown that it can move. The question is how it moves, who it reaches, and whether it is accountable when it does. This is not a procurement problem. This is a systems problem. It is a problem of coordination, a problem of follow-through. It is a problem of weak management. And it is a problem of accountability and transparency not being consistently enforced. And if the diagnosis is wrong, then the solution is going to be wronger. What this bill really does, it is against that reality that this bill must be examined. Because when I reviewed it carefully, one thing became clear. NaRRA, you know. This is not a narrowly tailored recovery framework. It's not narrow at all. Under Section 25, it extends beyond disaster response into designated strategic investment projects across multiple sectors. That's right. So this is not just about rebuilding. This is about restructuring how development decisions are made in this country without guardrails. And when we look at how that structure is designed, three concerns arise. First, under Section 22, 3, and 4, the authority can issue directives and the minister can override decisions of approving entities. What can go so? What can go so? That is not coordination. That is the replacement of independent decision-making. Secondly, under Section 3 and the schedule, there is no independent governing board. Under Section 5, the CEO is appointed by the Prime Minister. Under Section 13, the minister can give binding directions. Power is concentrated, but oversight is weakened. Thirdly, under Section 17 and Section 4, projects are selected and prioritized, but there is no firm guarantee that the hardest hit communities, Moko, Janzal, Flamstead, Tangle River, will come first. We don't know who then go choose. These concerns are not isolated. No. The opposition has raised them. Civil society has raised them. Right. The media has raised them. Even voices within the government benches have raised them, and I'm not talking about my neighbor in West Central St. James. I'm talking about those on the government benches who pull us aside and say, don't stop fighting, because we can't say nothing for ourselves. Collective voice is not saying stop. It is saying send the bill to a joint select committee, a time-bound committee. So the opposition is not saying delay it, time-bound. We can get things done. One that works quickly but ensures the bill is properly tested and strengthened. And we're here. The opposition is ready to do the work. Ready to sit the long hours. We're doing it tonight. Ready to move with urgency, but also insisting that we must move responsibly. This authority will manage billions of dollars. Trillions even. Trillions of dollars is not abstract. They represent real resources that the Jamaican people will ultimately have to pay back. They shape national priorities. They determine what gets done and what must wait. So the issue is not just speed, it is how decisions are made, it is how resources are directed, and it is whether the system ensures fairness. Finally, because if we are not careful and NaRRA not being narrow, it will make relief further from the people who need it most. The responsibility before us is not just to act, although we can act, but to act wisely, to ensure that the system we create serves the people who need it most, not our friends, to ensure that public resources are managed with discipline.
Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. You see the Prime Minister's face a while ago? While Sister Berchel was speaking. You see that face? Oh no. Oh no, look at that face, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this face. Mighty God of Daniel. Huh? Can you imagine? Look at that face.
Although we can act, but to act wisely, to ensure that the system we create serves the people who need it most, not our friends, to ensure that public resources are managed with discipline, fairness, accountability, not buzzwords, words the government ought to get comfortable with. Because if we get the system right, recovery will follow. But if we get the system wrong, this bill risks leaving Jamaicans with a heavy bill to pay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Berchel. Ladies and gentlemen, I am impressed with the opposition. I am impressed. I am. I want us to understand that this is the 28 members of parliament. It's no longer 14. It's not 14, you know. It's not 14. It is 28. It is 28. So we have to take the stance. Can't be no pushover in parliament. We can't be no pushover. Should we sit down and accept corruption, ladies and gentlemen? 29 today. 29 today, Shani Marcus. We're not backing down Zetican. I don't know what the government rather believes. That we are going to sit down and just allow the government to run amok in this nation. We're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. So I would like to see the response from the Prime Minister and his administration regarding the NaRRA bill. But as Dr. Dawes said, they may very well pass the bill, ladies and gentlemen. They may very well pass the bill. But at what cost? But at what cost? Mr. Prime Minister, the bill as is, it is unfit to bring Jamaica forward with the transparency and the accountability that we need. I'm hearing something about fake traffic tickets. We're going to touch on that and then we go back over to Parliament and hear what is happening. I believe somebody said that Omar Newell also spoke. Omar Newell also said a few words. Just confirm in the chat for me if that's the case. We want to hear from our MPs, man. We want to hear from our MPs. They are doing well. We want to hear from them. We want to hear from them. So don't be surprised, ladies and gentlemen, if the government passes the bill. That is the type of character that they have. They don't regard democracy. They don't think about what others are saying. They don't take into consideration what other persons are saying. But listen to this though. A very serious concern.
A St. James taxi operator believes he is being targeted by a police officer following a personal verbal altercation. The result? A full page of traffic tickets and thousands of dollars in fines that could threaten his livelihood. Jamaica Maitland explains.
11 traffic tickets, $40,000 in fines, and the possibility of a suspended license for up to a year. These are the circumstances facing one taxi operator in St. James.
A taxi man tell me, say, a policeman show him my picture and say him have a whole lot of ticket for me, so I must go and run my license. When I go and run my license, I get a paper with 10 tickets from one policeman that I had break the law and I break no law. I don't give no police my license. I don't talk to no police officer.
The issue is that, according to the motorist, he was never issued any tickets, at least none that he's aware of. Under the law, police officers can issue traffic tickets physically after observing an offense. The ticket can also be served by mail or sent by email. This driver said he received neither.
Under section 115, service doesn't only include physically handing a ticket to a driver or a road user. It also involves service via electronic means or by registered mail.
Have you ever heard about any case in Jamaica that involves the electronic aspect of it, or even like mailing a ticket to somebody?
No, I've never encountered that in my practice.
The law also provides for traffic tickets to be issued by electronic enforcement through the use of traffic cameras. TVJ News asked 3 attorneys who say, while the legislation is in effect, there have been no such case of camera usage to issue traffic tickets. Attorney Clifton Campbell.
If the tickets or the notices were never served on him, because if it was done by an unrecognized or an unlawful means, then no service took effect. And if there is no service, then the tickets fall away.
The taxi driver revealed that he had a verbal altercation with a driver of a private motor car on March 29, where threatening language was exchanged. The man identified himself as a police officer. The tickets were issued a day later. When asked whether it was the same person with whom he had the altercation with issued the tickets, he wasn't able to say. Unlike the physical traffic ticket, the traffic lookup website does not have the initials of the officer who issued the tickets.
I go to Area 1 police station and I talk to a lady and he direct me to a soup at Freeport. I go to Freeport traffic office, them tell me that the soup is not there.
The taxi driver says he plans to challenge the tickets in court. Some of the offenses relate to not having a fixed seat, occupying a fixed seat, not having a fire extinguisher, a badge, among others.
I had fire extinguisher in the back from the DI vehicle. I don't have no fire seat in this bus. I don't know how him come by this.
The driver said the matter has been reported to Indicom. Jamaica Maitland, TVJ News.
We take another break, but please stay with us because there's more local stories right after this break.
Very serious concerns though. Very serious concerns. But you know, I blame some of the taxi operators. I blame some of them. People may not like to hear it, but I blame some of them. I'm going to tell you why. Because we know that it is the People's National Party that has always supported the small business owners, the little man, the taxi operators. Always. And what persons are failing to recognize is that this government has weaponized the JCF against them. Haven't you realized it, ladies and gentlemen? The third term unknown galleys, it is fully loaded and it is shooting out corruption after corruption. It is a fully loaded term, fully loaded with filth, fully loaded with lies and a total disregard for our taxi operators. To show you that this government doesn't care about the taxi operators. They have mobilized, this administration, they have mobilized the JCF to collect more money out of our taxi operators. They have turned the JCF against the people. Now you don't know what you're getting ticket for. This is an entire different topic all by itself. Because the Andrew Holness-led administration, they have made a vow to make the lives of Jamaican people much harder. And that is the truth. It's the truth. Look around you, ladies and gentlemen. They are taking more money out of your pockets while we are not yet recovered. We've not yet recovered from Hurricane Melissa. We Cinco, me here says Separate, Grace and all the different companies. They too, ladies and gentlemen, have raised their prices. Jamaica is going to be experiencing probably some of the harshest times in recent history. 45 more likes, still 600. This country will face the harshest times in recent history. That is the truth. Why? Because recession is coming, Donna Thompson. Why we are going to be facing these harsh times? It's not just because of the Middle East war. Yes, we know that all of what is happening there will affect us. We've accepted that reality. But when you are between a rock and a hard place, and I will never stop saying it, we are between a rock and a hard place. The rock being the externalities that will continue to affect small island states like Jamaica, like our Caribbean neighbors. That is the rock. But the very hard place, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, it is our very own Jamaican government. They have failed to implement safeguards to protect their own. Look at what they have done with our body-worn cameras that the police officers should be wearing. That is a safeguard. Yet, the Minister of National Security has blatantly communicated in Parliament that they will not encourage police officers to wear them. Why? Because the Andrew Holness-led administration, they have sworn to wage war against the people of this country. Bad policies, bad bills, bad legislations, bad governing. This is what the third term has brought to your doorsteps, ladies and gentlemen. Those who are in the diaspora, you must weep. You must weep when you think about your loved ones in Jamaica and the carelessness that we are experiencing today. We've literally given criminals free rein in our government structure. How can we expect criminals, thieves, robbers, liars to uphold what is constitutional, what is right, what is just, what is fair? Can Satan cast out Satan? Can Beelzebub cast out Beelzebub? Can the Andrew Holness administration get rid of corruption out of our government? When I look in Parliament today, ladies and gentlemen, and I see the different personalities batting for the NaRRA bill from the Andrew Holness-led administration, it is a shame and it is a disgrace. That is what it is. And that is only what it is. It is a shame and a disgrace. The questionable characters, their reputation speaks for them. We don't need to guess and spell. We're going to go over to Omar Newell. I heard he did well too. Dalrymple, Tufton, Donovan Williams. You're telling me that these are the personalities that we should look up to as a voice of reason to convince us that the NaRRA bill makes sense? But Jamaica is silent. Jamaica, quiet, shh. Jamaica is busy partying Sunday to Sunday. Jamaica is caught up, and Jamaica is more excited about I Show Speed coming to Jamaica, and I have nothing against I Show Speed. He is a streamer, a big international streamer, and he will bring highlight to Jamaica. I believe that is good for the Caribbean. He's doing a Caribbean tour. I have nothing against I Show Speed. But Jamaicans are quick to have conversations about things that will not impact us for the long haul. These are the issues that our young people should be looking into, and they should be saying to themselves, what type of future is the Jamaica Labour Party government creating? What type of Jamaica will my children and children, well, the older folks may not be familiar with I Show Speed. It is a disgrace. We're going to take a quick break, a quick music break, and then we hear what Mr. Omar Newell said in Parliament. Soon come.
Perspective family. Big up yourself every time Perry the General. Go and do it, comrade. The word is love. Where we are go do? Police them a kill off, use the tree on the roads. Where we are go do? The price gone up and the JLP let loose. Where we are go do? Times are hard and politicians don't have a clue. Where we are go do? Where we are go do? Aye, time for trust and keep the faith to help us win this race. Poor people now no food, all them see a empty plate. And the rich them getting richer, them fi burn up in the lake. Promises they make, but enough of them are fake. But black love divide, put politics aside. A time for we unite, a time for do the right. We have to start by speaking truth and not the lie. Perry set the trend, we have to unite. Pressure it a boil, farmers them a toil, and all our work them no see nothing at all. We can't segregate, we can't separate. Put aside the war, time for love not hate. Pressure it a boil, farmers them a toil, and all our work them no see nothing at all. We can't segregate, we can't separate. Put aside the war, time for love not hate. Hey. Wait, wait.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is The Perspective, and I am your host, Perry Cummings Jr. Well, you've asked for it, and we delivered. Our viewers have asked for a longer program tonight, and I felt like it is reasonable because today being Parliament and with so much to hear, so much to touch on, I think it's very appropriate. Let us head over into Parliament again just to hear what some of our own representations have been saying as it relates to the NaRRA bill. It is and has been one of the hottest topics in our political discourse. Right over here on the perspective, we raise the alarm very, 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 very early. Oh, Jamaica Love is asking about the negotiations with the teacher. Funny enough, the JTA president, I saw it, let me tell you what he said, because he said that, oh, by the way, Mr. Damian Crawford is going to be taking the government to constitutional court over access to education and schools. For more context, let me read the article. My God Almighty. Opposition spokesman on education, Damian Crawford, has filed a claim in the Constitutional Court seeking a declaration that the constitutional rights of Jamaican children be to publicly funded tuition in public educational institutions at the pre-primary and primary levels have been breached. Wow. Mr. Crawford is looking to take them to court, ladies and gentlemen. What is happening here? Crawford disclosed this during his contribution to the sectoral debate in Parliament on Tuesday afternoon. Well, I guess throughout his contributions, he mentioned the many woes regarding our education sector. Well, if the viewers want us to hear some of what Crawford had to say today, well, it's up to you. But one by one, I believe a lot of them will be going to jail.
As one by one, uno go into jail. One by uno go into one by.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Can you imagine? Crawford is going to be carrying these people to constitutional court. Lord God Almighty, help us. Jamaica Love, I'm not seeing anything fresh from the JTA president regarding the wages, but we expect that at least a conversation will be had, because the JTA president, he has been hammering. It's rather unfortunate. Let us hear what Omar Newell had to say in Parliament today.
Let me begin by saying or repeating, there's no member on this side who does not support or appreciate the urgency of reconstruction. But I can speak with some confidence, Madam Speaker, because the last time the member from South Trelawney got up and spoke so passionately in support of a bill, her minister sent that bill to a joint select committee. And I'm very hopeful, based on the passion that he spoke. Madam Speaker, if you listen to the members on that side, with the exception of one, you'd believe the NaRRA bill came down on tablets of stone. But I'm encouraged by the fact that the Prime Minister submitted 4 pages of amendments today. He amended Clause 2, he amended Clause 3, he amended Clauses 4, 8, 9, 10, 13, 17, 28, and the schedule. And I'm hoping that by the end of this evening, he will go one further, and he will accept the recommendation that this bill be sent to a time-bound joint select committee of Parliament so we can have a better NaRRA bill. Madam Speaker, this bill creates an authority with extraordinary powers. Under sections 21 to 24, this authority can direct regulators on how to process approvals, when to make decisions. It can impose timelines and procedures, and ultimately, it can trigger a step-in order, allowing the minister to override a statutory authority entirely. To be clear, Madam Speaker, contrary to what the member from Kingston Central claims, this bill does not foster collaboration. Section 21 makes clear the relationship from day one. The authority is allowed to direct these entities from the very first time they meet. Madam Speaker, in the affected parishes where one expects an increase in applications for building permits by homeowners, this bill will put the interest of an investor who can find $15 million to spend ahead of a single mother seeking to build a house so that her children can have a roof over their head. Critically, Madam Speaker, a decision of the minister under a stepping order has the same legal effect as if made by the regulatory agency itself. This is not coordination, Madam Speaker. This is a substitution of the regulatory state. If there's an issue with efficiency, fix the entities, give them the resources, make them more efficient. The Prime Minister told this House that procurement rules will not be in this bill, and they're not, but instead will be established by order under the Public Procurement Act. Madam Speaker, we are being asked to approve a body that will manage billions of United States dollars in reconstruction spending without seeing the procurement framework. And with that framework subject to...
You don't have to pay upfront just to get your music on streaming platforms. With Rude Note, distribution is a...
This is a structural gap in accountability, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister has argued that this model is consistent with the executive agency framework. But the argument does not withstand scrutiny. Yes, executive agencies have an advisor board, but they are not governance-free. They are, based on the Executive Agency Act, required to have an approved scheme of management, which shall include the establishment of an advisor board and targets. While advisor boards are mandated by statute, the NaRRA bill has no such provision. The Executive Agency Act also provides for the appointment of a chief executive officer. It states that the appointment shall be done by the Governor General on the advice of the Public Services Commission. The bill before us today, which involves spending significantly above and beyond that contemplated by executive agencies, simply requires the minister to appoint the CEO. Madam Speaker, the Most Honourable Prime Minister cannot claim to draw inspiration from the executive agency model without accepting the very important safeguards in the Executive Agency Act. The Prime Minister himself acknowledged in his presentation that the executive agency model has had weaknesses. He pointed to targets lacking rigor, to weak enforcement of accountability measures, and to insufficient consequences for underperformance. And yet, those weaknesses are not addressed in the NaRRA bill. They are replicated, and in some respects, they are deepened. Because here, even the baseline safeguards of the executive agency model are not embedded in the bill. We're told that JAMROC will provide oversight, but Madam Speaker, JAMROC does not appear anywhere in the bill. It is not established in law. The composition is not defined anywhere in the bill. It has no known reporting relationship or obligation to Parliament. It exists merely in the speech of the Prime Minister. And that is an important thing to note. Because powers are being enacted in a law we are being asked to pass, to support, while oversight is being left to intention. Madam Speaker, as legislators, we cannot pass or vote in favor of bills just with good intention. And I heard the brilliant Jamaican who has been asked to chair the board of JAMROC. But we should pass bills in this House that can also stand up to any negatives that might come in the future. Any change in who the board might be, who the CEO may be. There's another omission in the bill that is troubling, Madam Speaker, and that is the lack of clarity around environmental safeguards. especially environmental impact assessments. This bill defines approving entities to include those responsible for environmental management, natural resource conservation, environmental permits. And under sections 21 to 24, our environmental agencies can be directed, they can be told what time they need to make decisions within, and they can be ultimately overridden through a step-in order. Madam Speaker, we still have no EIA regulations, despite the responsible minister promising that same would have been tabled in his 2025 sectoral presentation. And interestingly, he made the same promise again earlier today. Madam Speaker, some of our environmental groups have advised me that we have had cases, Madam Speaker, where our multilateral partners have had to step in and demand EIAs be done based on their internal guidelines because we had nothing that said an EIA must be done. And the dredging, a project relating to the Kingston Harbour comes to mind. Madam Speaker, what is not in this bill is just as important as what is in it. There's no explicit requirement for environmental impact assessments. So there's no preservation of existing environmental permitting thresholds, no protection against the waiver or compression of environmental review process, no clarity as to how regulators such as NEPA will operate within this framework. Madam Speaker, there should be no ministerial bypass of our environmental protection systems. Give them the resources and give them the support to achieve the efficiency that we desire. The Prime Minister has framed this authority as central to climate resilience, Madam Speaker. But you cannot build climate resilience by weakening environmental oversight. Environmental impact assessments are not just bureaucratic obstacles. They are the very tools that ensure that infrastructure is properly sited, flood risks.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to stick a pin right there as well. We mentioned it some time ago. This government has all of a sudden started to lead with this narrative about bureaucracy. It has trickled down to the followers of the Jamaica Labour Party too. All of a sudden, they have a problem with rules, regulations, proper procedure. They have a problem with things being done the right way. And as Omar Newell is rightly communicating, it is suddenly a big issue for us to abide by what is right. And what has become, they have undermined bureaucracy. They have undermined proper procedure, and we see it from ministry to ministry, from procurement to procurement. We've seen it right throughout Melissa and the aftermath of it. We've seen it before Melissa, after Melissa, not too long ago. We've seen it at different institutions. We've seen it under several ministries. The precedent that this administration has set for Jamaicans to follow, ladies and gentlemen, it is dangerous. I don't know how else I should emphasize it. It is dangerous to say the least. Dangerous. But anyways, let's get back to Mr. Newell. Talk, Newell, talk.
Are understood, ecosystems are protected, and long-term vulnerabilities are avoided. When you combine expedited approvals, directive powers over regulators, and ministerial override authority without explicit environmental safeguards, Madam Speaker, you create the risk of poorly sited developments, of increased flood and landslide vulnerability, of long-term environmental degradation and ultimately rebuilding the same vulnerabilities we are trying to correct. Madam Speaker, if this authority is to lead a program of resilience, then environmental safeguards cannot be optional, implied, or subject to override. They must be explicitly protected in law. Madam Speaker, it's not hard to fix this bill. I think we can strengthen this bill by explicitly requiring compliance with environmental permitting laws, by clarifying that environmental impact assessments cannot be waived, only expedited, perhaps requiring that certain types of projects must have environmental impact assessments, requiring environmental reporting as part of project approval and monitoring. And Madam Speaker, we have heard reference to international precedents and models. New Zealand, Japan, and the United States and Dominica were cited. And I want to examine, Madam Speaker, not just their existence, but what their enabling laws actually stipulated. In New Zealand, Madam Speaker, the Act set up a cross-party forum comprised of members of Parliament from the affected zone who were given responsibility for providing the Minister with information or advice in relation to the operations of the Act. I note one of today's amendments, which I welcome, requires consultation with members of communities affected or likely to be affected by the implementation of a project. But what of persons who are elected by these people and these communities to local authorities and to our Parliament? What role will they have, and what role should the Act stipulate that we should have? Madam Speaker, it can be strengthened by the draft recovery strategy and plans being shared with the public by the Act. Public consultation mechanism, and I think that has now been addressed. Statutory reporting to Parliament, not just a one-off reporting. And, Madam Speaker, I note a talk about sharing with the public. I'm hoping it will not be like what has been shared with the Spark program, where you have a website with static information, the roads that were approved, but you can't go and access updates on where the road in your community is. So you're driving through mud day in, day out to get to your home blocked off, and you can't go online and get a look on a dashboard to see what the status of the project is. Japan, Madam Speaker, the Reconstruction Agency was mentioned, and that was established under the Reconstruction Agency Act of 2011. That framework required a basic reconstruction plan and continuous monitoring and reporting. The Dominican model, Madam Speaker, which is closer to home, which was established under the Climate Resilience Act of 2018, that model, Madam Speaker, had a formal board and defined governance structures. The bill in front of us today, Madam Speaker, only defines vaguely a CEO. In fact, we have no idea whether this CEO needs any background in terms of planning or in terms of construction or in terms of what exactly is required of the CEO. It is not stipulated. All we know is that the minister, the Prime Minister, appoints the CEO. Across all the jurisdictions mentioned, Madam Speaker, extraordinary powers are granted, but they are paired with statutory safeguards. But the bill before us, oversight isn't mentioned much. The advisory structure is optional. It's not stated in the Act. It's not grounded. The procurement is outside of the bill. Environment safeguards are unclear. We are borrowing the power from international models, Madam Speaker, but we are not borrowing the safeguards or adopting the safeguards. Under Section 4, Madam Speaker, the authority may carry out development, undertake business activities, and do anything it considers necessary. This is an extraordinarily broad mandate, especially when you combine it with the procurement flexibility, the override powers, and the minimal oversight mentioned earlier. And so, Madam Speaker, my intervention is not about opposing the bill. It is about how do we strengthen it so that we can have a reconstruction authority in as quick a time as possible with the necessary governance. So we can establish, Madam Speaker, Jamrock in the Act, in the bill. We can require performance agreements to be set up with the Cabinet Office. We can define procurement in the Act, in the bill. We can better protect environmental safeguards explicitly and mandate EIAs for certain types of projects. We can adopt the BOJ model, Madam Speaker, and require the Chief Executive Officer to report to Parliament from time to time so we can question him. Currently, the bill only requires that reports be tabled, but there's no opportunity for us to properly interrogate those reports in the Parliament.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, hold on, Yvonne, where you say Mark Golding is talking now? But again, just to reiterate, nobody, as Mr. Omar Newell, and remember Omar Newell was also a guest on this platform. I should have him again back on this platform. Nobody is against recovery. It is, how long did he spend, Yvonne Riley? Was it a few minutes? Probably could go hear what he said, play it back and hear what he said. But nobody is against recovery. It is a satanic agenda from the Jamaica Labour Party, from the Andrew Holness administration, to try and paint this narrative that the opposition is against the recovery and speedy recovery at that. Look at how many family members of the members of parliament from the opposition have also suffered. They themselves too were victims of Hurricane Melissa. Why wouldn't they want? Okay, all right, Yvonne, I'll check it out for you. Why wouldn't we want to have speedy recovery? Nobody is against that. You fully dunce. Labour right is not me, say so. Remember your Prime Minister calling us saying
fully dunce.
Nobody is against. Apparently Parliament is still going on. Yes, man. They said it would have been a long day. Nobody is against fast recovery, ladies and gentlemen. What we are against is fast recovery without accountability. Fast recovery without transparency. And we're going to hammer home the point every time. We're going to hammer home the point every time. Every time. Oh, so Omar Newell is about to finish. So we'll hear him and then we'll go hear what Mark Golding said. Wrap up, Mr. Newell, wrap up.
We strongly believe, Madam Speaker, that this bill will benefit from being referred to a joint, time-bound joint select committee with a narrow window for further consideration and deliberation. Madam Speaker, we all agree on the urgency. Yes. We all agree on the scale of the task. Yes. But urgency cannot justify imbalance in governance. No, sir. We should not sacrifice good governance and accountability on the altar of expediency. Yes. This bill concentrates power, Madam Speaker, in one minister. Yes. It weakens statutory oversight. It leaves critical safeguards undefined. If we are to rebuild Jamaica, Madam Speaker, let us...
Two. I'm just wondering, how is it contemplated that the exercise of the statutory functions and the regulatory functions will not be problematic?
Thank you. Green and then opposition leader and members.
Ladies and gentlemen, it seems as if they are entering into the part where the voting on the bill will be happening. because I hear Malahu Ford questioning something again. Hold on there, ladies and gentlemen. What is happening? What is happening here? Hold on. What is happening here?
Would you please do not engage in repeating comments made by others, because once we get into that mode, we will be here forever.
Yeah.
So please only limit your comments to additional information you would like to offer instead of repeating suggestions made by other members. Thank you.
Yeah.
Member
Thank
Green?
you. Thank you. Suggestion, the member from West Central, in relation to the, in clause 2, definition of works, that we insert the phrase that the minister may by order subject to affirmative resolution. I think that would satisfy the leader of the opposition, just to ensure that there's oversight in relation to any change to the definition, but still achieve the overall objectives of its inclusion. Outside of that, Madam Speaker, I think when the members spoke in relation to procurement, I think there isn't need for any changes in relation to that definition. I think clearly this law is subject to other laws and regulations that are part of our framework. And I think in relation to clause 2.1, approving entity, but I think Member Ford really put it on the table as to how it would operationalize. But I do not believe there any change is needed in relation to that part of clause 2. So I would suggest that outside of the changes already put forward, the amendments, that we also amend to include by order subject to affirmative resolution in 2A.
Member,
yes, if I may just...
After opposition leader, then Member Hilton.
Just two comments. I'm trying to be brief. The Prime Minister gave an assurance that there would be an order made under the Public Procurement Act. And in fact, I think Minister Morgan repeated that in his presentation on the bill today. Absent that, on the face of it, the two pieces of legislation don't synchronize. So I think the member from West Central's point is there ought to be a reference, if it is the intention that there will be an order under the Public Procurement Act that addresses how procurement by NaRRA is to take place, with a framework which we hope will be one which ensures sufficient transparency and accountability in relation to the procurement by NaRRA, given the massive projects which it is expected to handle. I think there ought to be a reference. So I would support that point. The other point I want to make, there's no definition of projects in the bill. Now, in clause 4, which is the functions of the authority, there are numerous references to the word project. Elsewhere in the bill, there are two categories of projects. There are the approved, one second please, there are, I want to get the phrase correct, the approved reconstruction and resilience projects, which as I understand it would be driven by the cabinet and would be public sector projects largely, though they could have partners. And then there are the private sector ones, which are the designated strategic investment projects. Those are two kind of terms of art used in the bill elsewhere. Those two. Now, what isn't clear is whether NaRRA is limited to those two categories of projects: the approved reconstruction and resilience projects, which are driven by the government, and the designated strategic investment projects, which are driven by the private sector, or whether under clause 4 of the bill, it is anticipated that NaRRA would also be able to embark on other projects not necessarily driven by cabinet. And that's an important policy decision which I think should be clear in the legislation. So if that were so, if the feeling was that the two categories of projects are really what NaRRA is to concern itself with, then there should really be a definition of projects in Clause 2, in the appropriate alphabetical sequence, that says projects means approved reconstruction and resilience projects and designated strategic investment projects. So that would clarify that the regime which is created in other parts of the Act, which is a developed regime, would be limited to those things, and that there isn't scope for other things that don't fall under that. If that is the intent. If it's not the intent, then I think it should be made clear that it's adding words, such other projects as NaRRA may choose to or may execute from time to time, or something along those lines. But the use of the word projects on its own, wherein you have those two categories used elsewhere, to my mind, creates a lack of clarity as to the scope of NaRRA, which is, I don't think we should have that lack of clarity.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Parliament is still trying to pass this bill. I'm going to hear what is happening now. Listen to what they're saying in Parliament, because I'm not sure if this bill will be passed. I'm trying to understand what will happen.
Continue. The count and tally is absolutely correct. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Chairman, I would like to make a marginal, in the margin, a change in Clause 3, where we're going to delete the words "the," and I would like to put Clause 3.
Opposition leader.
I have two proposed amendments to Clause 3. I want to move the following amendment, that there be a subclause 3 added.
3 what?
That would state that the function, and the reason for this proposed amendment is the fact that in Clause 25 of the bill, where it speaks to designating these strategic investment projects, these designated strategic investment projects, one of the criteria for doing so is that the project contributes to the achievement of the purposes of the Act. And the Act lacks any statement of its purposes. So I wish to make that clear by adding a subsection 3 to the Clause 3 that would say the purposes of this Act are to establish a statutory framework, and I'm taking this language from the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons. So it would say, the purposes of this Act are to establish a statutory framework, for the efficient, coordinated, and transparent management of extraordinary time-bound reconstruction and resilience efforts to focus on building back better to withstand future climatic and geophysical events. B, to create a more robust, climate-resilient infrastructure, encouraging better land use planning. C, to expedite private and public-private investment in priority sectors that address the structural economic vulnerabilities arising due to climate-related disasters. And D, to enable growth and diversification of Jamaica's economic base. Those are all lifted from there, except rather than, the only change I've suggested is that rather than make a specific reference to Hurricane Melissa, since this is going to be There may be other events. I just said climate-related disasters.
That's reasonable. That is reasonable. Let's hear them.
Opposition leader, are you finished?
I am finished for that,
Okay.
yeah.
You may go ahead.
All I would say is that that exact suggestion was a matter that was contemplated in deep detail with the legal advisors of the government, and we were advised not to pursue that route. I wish to put clause 3.
Members, those in favor, those against, divide. Go ahead. Go ahead, opposition leader.
The memorandum of objects and reasons is strictly speaking not part of the legislation. It's attached to a bill to guide the House. But when the act passes and it's printed in the revised laws of Jamaica, you will not see it. So this is why it is important, given that the specific reference, as I've said in clause 25, to the purposes of the act, that those purposes should be manifest when you read the act. Whatever the legal advisors to the government may say, this is a lacuna, a gap, and it's a serious omission. Yes.
I was saying, Madam Speaker, can I repeat it again? We had a discussion, both at legislative committee and otherwise, about this exact matter that the member is raising, and we have been advised that this is not something that we should transport from the objects and reasons and put into the bill, as it is not necessary.
Right. The members called for a divide. Clark.
Mr. Azan, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Ms. Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Dr. Chang, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Chuck, Mr. Clark, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Mr. Crawford, Miss Crawford, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Miss Daly, Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Golden, Mr. Gordon, Miss Grange, Mr. Green, Miss Hamilton, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hines, Dr. Holness, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Miss Jess, Miss Lee, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Ambassador Marks, Mr. Main, Mr. Mackenzie, Mrs. Miller-Bennett, Mr. Montague, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Morris, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Perkis, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Seavright, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Terrelong, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Darrell Vaz, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams Delroy, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mrs. Fable Williams, and Mr. Witter.
Thank you. The clause carries. Clause 3 with a vote tally of 32 ayes, 27 nays, and 3 persons being absent. Minister, clause 4.
I wish to make a marginal correction in the marginal note to the clause, delete the word "the," and then I wish to put clause 4.
Madam Chair.
Position leader.
Madam Chair, I have a question and a proposed amendment. My question is for the Prime Minister. Where there are references in 4 to projects, first of all, it talks about the authority being responsible for the administration of this Act, including the preparation, implementation, and oversight of national reconstruction and resilience projects. And then there are several references in the lettered paragraphs to the word projects on its own. And I asked the question, or I had suggested an amendment that we define what projects means for the purposes of this Act. Specifically, my question for you is it your understanding that NaRRA's scope of activities would be limited to the approved reconstruction and resilience projects, which is a regime that where there's a register and so on for that, and it has to be approved by cabinet, and perhaps the so-called designated strategic investment projects, which are the ones that have to be at least 15 million US, and there's a regime around that as well. Are those the 2 categories of projects that fall within the scope of this Act, or is the Act also embracing other projects? We don't know what the scope of them would be. That's what I'd like clarity on.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me see if I can bring some clarity to the question raised by the Leader of the Opposition. NaRRA will undertake projects that are exclusive to the government, public works, projects that are exclusively funded by the government. NaRRA will also undertake projects that could be considered public-private partnerships. And NaRRA provides an avenue for projects that are considered strategic, which will be privately executed, but may benefit from the expedited approvals and permitting process or any other advantage or incentive that the government may offer. So essentially, there would be 2 types of projects, projects that are public and projects that are private. Essentially, whatever is registered on the list of projects, on what we call approved projects, which we will have to make an amendment, approved projects by cabinet to include the projects that the government will undertake specifically and designated strategic projects. So if you were asking earlier for a definition of projects, and I think a safer way would be to say that projects that the undertakings that appear in the approved register by cabinet, those would be what we term projects. I think that would be add a little bit more clarity, if it is that it is needed to.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for clarity, what is happening, I'm getting to understand that the voting that is happening now is for the different amendments, right? Yeah. So it is voting for the amendment. I don't believe that because I don't think this is the final vote for the pass. I don't think that's what is happening now. I'm getting clarity here that what is happening is to adjust the clause. It is to adjust the bill, ladies and gentlemen. That is what is happening now. So just to clarify for my viewers, the voting that we saw just now, it is for the amendments to the clause, the ones that the opposition had suggested. So I just wanted to make that clear. Let's hear what is being said now.
Define what is a project.
It could do other things as well, which I don't think is what the government intends. Okay. I also have an amendment to clause 4, but I'll defer to, if you'd like.
No, just go ahead, opposition leader. Then we'll take the member from St. James West and then the member from Portland East.
I would like to propose an amendment to clause 4, subclause 1, and it is to re-letter the existing I to become J and to insert a new I, and the and at the end of H would move to the end of I, because the I would now be the penultimate paragraph. And it would say, it would read as follows, and this is reading from the opening words, what the drafters call the chapeau, the things that the authority shall do or shall not do. And the new J that I'm proposing would say, shall not discriminate on the grounds of political affiliation, religion, ethnicity, or any other personal characteristic. I will.
The time.
Discriminate on the grounds of political affiliation, religion, ethnicity, or any other personal characteristic. Gender.
Madam Chair.
Prime Minister, a moment, please. Member Russell, here, turn your mic off, please. And members, could you not turn your mics on at all until you're recognized?
Madam Chair, I can appreciate the attempt of the leader of the opposition to ensure that every element of concern is legislated in the bill. But the truth is that our Constitution already makes it absolutely clear that you cannot discriminate on any of the grounds that he has raised. And the remedies for that are already well established. The purpose of the legislation is to be efficient. I can understand you want to make sure that everything is, but I think the leader of the opposition is going a bit too far and being very redundant in some of the things being proposed.
Madam Speaker,
Opposition leader.
I'm mindful of the fact that Section 18, Clause 18, says that programs for reconstruction and resilience, those are NaRRA's programs that it develops and so on, have to identify all relevant persons involved and their respective roles in the delivery of the program. That has to go to Cabinet as a submission. And that augments the concern that I have as to the potential for political victimization in how NaRRA operates, because it's a creature of the executive. And we all know on this side, and I dare say that side would have felt this way in the past as well, when they were not in government, that political victimization is real and is a major concern for persons who are politically involved. involved, especially at the grassroots level, but also with professionals and business people. And so that is why I proposed that amendment.
Thanks, Opposition Leader. Next is the member from St. James West Central. After that is the member from Portland East, then the member from St. Anne South, and then the member from St. Catherine South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Seeking some clarification. The reference to cause projects, programs, and plans to include standards, specifications, and requirement. This is at clause 4.1f, as whether the intention is to have new standards created, or are they referring to existing legal standards? So, for example, if you look at the newest piece of legislation in the among the laws that are impacted, you have the Building Act of 2018, and Part 3 speaks of the National Building Code. And when the act was being done, the code, the documents, the law provided what would comprise the National Building Code. And it says the documents are the International Building Code as modified by the following documents, each of which is declared by the Bureau of Standards to be a standard specification pursuant to Section 7 of the Standards Act and published February 2009. That is to say, Jamaica Standards, Jamaica Application Document for the International Existing Building Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for International Building Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for the International Residential Code Document, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for the International Fire Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for International Energy Conservation Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for the International Plumbing Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for the International Property Maintenance Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for the International Mechanical Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for the International Private Sewage Disposal Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for International Fuel Gas Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for the International Code, Council Electrical Administrative Provision and National Electric Code, and other things. So we have legal standards which refer to international standards. And the question is whether the intention is to utilize the existing standards that are part of our law and which can be adapted, both adopted and adapted, or to introduce completely different standards not already part of the law or part of the system that we use for adoption and adaptation. That's the first question. The other question relates to how subclause 4 is drafted. So subclause 4 says the authority shall, if lawful and practicable, utilize existing capacity, resources, facilities and systems in government which may be appropriately co-opted for the purposes of this act. This is the only place if lawful is utilized, and it begs the question whether something that is not lawful can be had resort to in another place. I know it couldn't be the intention, that you can resort to anything unlawful. But the way it is drafted here begs the question and calls for some clarification. So I would propose that since page 6, clause 4, subclause 4, the act shall, the authority shall, if lawful and practicable. I understand the practicable, but if you're saying if lawful, then it begs the question whether in other places it can resort to unlawful matters. And especially since the law is asking for such wide powers to amend other laws.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a very serious time. Serious time. Serious time. Let us listen to hear what is happening. Malahoo Fort is still questioning the bill. All right.
Okay, but I would suggest simply because in your explanation you gave a distinction between public and private, or government interest versus private, and just suggesting that in relation to projects that an inclusion of natural disaster relief efforts to be distinct from building construction, so that just to say, so that there's no conflict with section 25 and 19, section 19.3, and I had raised it the last time and it was fixed at resilience, but when it speaks of the development of projects and programs and plans shall prioritize, there's a gap in relation to projects remaining undefined. Thank you.
Go ahead. Thank you, Chairman. The two things. First, the Prime Minister in his summation. All right, let me go to the other one since the Prime Minister is distracted. Minister, when you were doing your summation, you spoke about the need to use it as a learning opportunity and the fact that the systems will get better as a result of NaRRA. So in all of the functions of NaRRA, there's no mention of its role in helping to streamline and strengthen the systems of the existing government system. So I would like to propose proposing a clause. Sorry? We're at 4.1, and I'm suggesting 4.1F after F to insert a clause which speaks to identifying, streamlining, and eliminating inefficiencies. I'm sorry?
Continue.
So the suggested amendment is to include a clause which speaks to identifying, streamlining, and eliminating inefficiencies in the approval, permitting, and implementation processes across ministries, agencies, and departments. or across public entities if you prefer. Yes? Because at the moment it's focused on the construction activities of NaRRA, and this would allow us to learn and for the systems to get better as a result. My second point, which I'd like the Prime Minister to hear, relates to a comment which the Prime Minister made, which suggested that NaRRA will not use the resources of existing government agencies. However, what we have at 4.4 allows the authority to do that, because it can, legally or not, utilize existing capacities, resources, facilities, and systems of government, which may be appropriately co-opted, right? So it does give it the power to co-opt existing resources. So it goes against the intent as explained by the Prime Minister. Yes?
Member, are you through with your questions?
I am, yeah.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I was looking at, I think that this is probably the most appropriate place if we were going to include mandatory environment impact assessments. I don't see it anywhere. No, I'm just asking. I didn't see it anywhere else, and I thought that this would be a good place for it. Did I miss it? No, you didn't. Because if I didn't miss it, I think that it is important. No, even to say we're necessary. I mean, I'd like to know that we are, in fact, protecting the environment, and that we are making sure that these kind of T's are crossed and I's dotted in this regard.
Madam Chair.
Hold on a moment, please. You know, Member Jackson actually was before.
I can yield if that's the case.
Yours was covered, thank you. Minister Samudo?
Madam Chair, there is absolutely nothing in this piece of legislation that is in conflict with the Standards Act. And to the best of my knowledge, I'm the only person in this House on either side that has sat as chair of the Standards Council. So I can say so with a fair degree of comfort, because literally this is an unnecessary point. So, Madam Chair, I would encourage you as a former chair of the Standards Council. I don't believe the member from East Kingston chaired it. I know you'd have appointed chairs. I don't believe the member from Western St. Andrew would have chaired the Standards Council, though you'd have appointed members. Correct? I can assure you, the Standards Council and its legislative remit is not in question in this particular matter. And I would encourage you, Madam Chair, to put this matter to a vote, because it is not in contravention of anything related to the Bureau of Standards. And I am certain of that. So please put it to a vote, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to respond in short. One, we cannot use NaRRA as a catch-all for all issues of efficiency. To the member from St. Anne, and the Minister Samuda would have responded to the matter related to 4F, and I just want to say that it will be in accordance with the existing laws of Jamaica. I don't think there is anything else for me to respond to. Can we put the matter to a vote, please? That's the I that you... Yeah, but the Prime Minister has already addressed it. With the Constitution of Jamaica, the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms, It's not the same thing. No, what I'm saying is, to echo what the Prime Minister said, the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms, as well as the Constitution of Jamaica, address it.
Opposition leader, let me just make sure I clarify. Are you saying that you would like to put to a vote the amendment you're recommending? I would like the minister to tell me what he feels about that, because I find that to be quite abnormal, and I would not, no, I would never go there. What we put to a vote in the House are the amendments clause by
Morning breaker, you dip on side. I carry low till at night. If you feel weak anytime, remember all the good.
Opposition leader, and where there are differences in views, as in the case where you are of the view that you would like to have a vote on your amendment, that is done through the process of a divide if you are not in a position to support the clause. All right, go ahead. Hold on, one at a time.
Yes.
Opposition leader first.
Yes. Just to say that.
Hold on, opposition leader, and after that, we go to the minister piloting the bill. Thank you. Go ahead, opposition
There's
leader.
no provision in the Constitution that I'm aware of that protects individuals from political discrimination. Secondly, enforcing constitutional rights requires going to court and all of the expense that that entails. The advantage of putting a provision in here where the body itself, NaRRA, would have a specific obligation not to discriminate on those grounds would be that the CEO and staff of NaRRA would know that their own statute directs them not to do that. And given that there are other provisions which require all individuals involved in projects to be disclosed to the Cabinet and so on for the Cabinet to approve, there is a real risk of a perception of that arising. This is why I think it's an important amendment, and if you won't put it to the vote, we will just have to answer to you when you put the clause without it.
Yes, that is perfect, opposition leader.
Chair, I wish to put clause 4.
No, but sorry, Minister, you didn't respond to my second point.
No, member, you asked what is the mischief. I have not been in the House for as long as many of the members, but the day we get to that place where we start voting on pieces of amendments, it goes into a totally different realm. No, we are not there. Minister, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Remember that the only amendment that we're putting is in the marginal note to the clause, delete the word "the."
Sorry, but my question.
I am putting clause 4 with the amendment. I am putting the amendment to clause 4. I am putting the amendment to clause 4. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against?
Hold on, man. But
divide. Clark? No, leader of opposition business. Do you have a different point? Do you have a different point? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Mr. Azan?
The chair doesn't pilot the bill, members. So if the minister who is piloting the bill has asked me to put the amendments, he has already asked. The minister is piloting the bill.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Members.
Yes, Madam Chair, the simple point I wish to put and to make is that any member, any one of us, can propose an amendment to any section in committee
That's
of the
not
bill.
in question.
And
Opposition business.
Madam
That's not
Chair,
in contention.
Madam Chair,
That's not in
your
contention.
role is really to allow the members to speak.
No, I take offense to that. No. Leader of opposition business. If you do note, the chair has allowed for amendments to be proposed. The amendments are proposed. I am saying to you, leader of opposition business, that to start an exercise where we are voting on the proposed amendment of any member is out of the norm. What we vote on is the amendment that is being put forward by the person piloting the bill. And all members of the House have the opportunity to vote yea, nay, to call a divide and vote accordingly. Minister.
Just on a point of clarification, Chairman, the Leader of the Opposition pointed out that he's not aware of anywhere in the Constitution that speaks to discrimination on the basis of one's politics. My information, and I stand to be corrected, is that the Constitution does speak to one's political opinion. So we just, well, you know, one's opinion could equate to an affiliation as well. So I just want that for the record, Madam Chair, that the requirement for this to be included would be redundant.
Chair, can we have...
Put your mic on. So members, no, it doesn't make sense to turn on your mic again, member. We are finished. The person who is piloting the bill, for your understanding, has already indicated that we should put the clause as he is putting forward. Two options are available to us. We vote yea, nay, or we call for a divide. And members, I am asking that we do not go down the rabbit hole of attempting to introduce something very new to the parliament. So as leader of opposition business said, members, every single member is allowed to put forward any recommendation you would like. That is not a challenge. However, the person piloting the bill ultimately will say to all of us in the House, this is what I am putting to the House for a vote. So we will not start a process of voting on what you would like to vote on. House Leader?
Chair, we already put the clause with the amendment that we noted, which is in the marginal note to the clause, delete the word "the," and I'm asking you to put that clause. Clause 4 as amended.
The question is that we put clause 4 as amended and a divide has been called. Clerk.
Mr. Azan, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Ms. Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Dr. Chang, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Chuck, Mr. Clark, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Ms. Crawford, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Ms. Daly, Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Golden, Mr. Gordon, Ms. Grange, Mr. Green, Ms. Hamilton, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hines, Mr. Hines, Dr. Holness, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Ms. Jess, Ms. Lee, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mrs. Malahoo Fort,
I'm saying the proposal is already covered in section 13(3)(b) of the Constitution.
Member
so it's
Malahoo
unnecessary.
Fort, you are required to vote yea or nay or abstain.
Mrs. Malahoo Fort, your vote?
What did you vote, member? Because I did not hear that.
Nay.
Okay, thank you, member. Go ahead.
Ambassador Marks, Mr. Main, Mr. Mackenzie, Mrs. Miller Bennett, Mr. Montague, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Morris, Mr. Morris, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Perkis, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Seavright, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Terry Long, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Darrell Vaz, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Delroy Williams, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mrs. Favor Williams, and Mr. Witter.
Member Malahoo Fort.
Yay. Yay. Yay is my vote. Yay. Yes.
Look here, members. Member Malahoo Fort. There's only one chairman, you know. One. No, that's the rule. Please, follow the rule. I asked what was the vote of the member. No, I couldn't hear her. I heard the member beside her answer for her. She said something about... You can pull it. Member Malahoo Fort, what was your vote?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, she was bullied into changing her vote. She said nay first. She said nay first. My God.
No, members. No, I heard her discussing something about an amendment. However, members, it doesn't make sense, you know, like part of it is for us to also learn. I am happy to learn. So, Member Daly, the reason why you cannot vote after you have stepped in, which the opposition knows, particularly those who have been in the House before, last year, they're aware. Once you're not here when your name is called, that's it. However, if a member wants to change their vote up until the time that we have tallied and announced the tally, they are at liberty to do so. So whatever the member voted, the member is able to change her vote if she so chooses. Member, but pardon me? No, you were not in the chamber, Member Daly. Tally, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, you hear that? You hear the excuse that Juliet Holness talking about? She heard a member beside her. You hear the stupidness, ladies and gentlemen? What?
Luckily in this case, the member also, in her preamble to her vote, explained herself, unlike the rest of us. And in her explanation, she was very clear as to what she said about 13 being the Constitution. So a nay vote would make no sense.
Member Charles, you are absolutely correct because it was in her explanation
exactly. So
that I appreciated.
That clarification.
Yes, and members, Erskine May, paragraph 2586. If any member of the Lords by mistake votes in a wrong lobby, they must wait until the others in that lobby have voted and then ask the tellers not to count their vote. The tellers then accompany the member of Lords concerned to the table and look, no, she did. She said that's not what she voted, and no. And Mr. Cousins, I don't know why you'd like to be here forever. Okay, but the member's explanation, which I listened to, did not accord. She was actually objecting to the amendment being suggested. That's what I got from her statement. So let me tell you, members, the ayes 32, the nays 27, and absent 3. Members, the clause carries as amended. Next clause,
I wish to put clause 5, 6, and 7 without amendments. I wish to put clause 5, 6, and 7 without amendments.
5, 6, and 7 without amendments. Members, the person piloting the bill, that's not a joke, you know. 5, 6, and 7. You don't ever do that, member. Marshall, please. Angela Brown-Burke, I name you. Outside. Marshall, go for her. Angela Brown-Burke. Members, I name Angela Brown-Burke and ask that she be removed from the chamber. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Member outside. Standing order under Rules of Order number 43, subsection 2. The Speaker or Chair shall order any member
Stand up! Don't come on!
to withdraw immediately from the House during the remainder of the day sitting and may direct such steps to be taken as are necessary to enforce such order.
No marshal can take out no. Nobody should move. Stand up in a parliament, opposition. Stand up in a parliament.
Madam Speaker.
House
Madam
Leader.
Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby move. Madam Speaker, I hereby move that the member for St. Andrews South be suspended for the rest of the duration of the House.
Those in favor? Those against? Clerk? Members.
Madam Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, our chairman, the motion that is being moved is that the member for Southeast St. Andrew is suspended for the remainder of the sitting.
Members.
Madam.
Marshall, could you please remove
Madam
the member
Chairman.
immediately? Immediately remove the member. You are instructed to please immediately remove the member from the House.
Madam Chairman, we were proceeding quite effectively in going through the clauses of the bill. I think what we are witnessing now is a display which, when we reflect on this in years to come, it will not be amongst our best. And I think the order of the House and dignity of the House must be preserved. And I would invite all members to join in preserving that dignity of the House. You are the members.
What did she say, ladies and gentlemen? What did she say? What did she do? What happened? I hear somebody saying that her mic was off. I think Dayton can please
follow the rules of the House, members. And yes, if a member behaves out of order, the standing orders allow for the naming of said member. The rules of the House are serious and we should not take them for joke.
So how do you remove Warmington? How much time Warmington say all sort of things in a parliament? Unparliamentary activities from Warmington and others. And I've never heard the Speaker of the House remove anybody out of Parliament. So why on the night of the passing of the NaRRA bill, all of a sudden, Dr. Angela Brown-Burke must be removed? What did she say? What was out of order? Look at the marshal, ladies and gentlemen. All because this bill is a destruction to the country and nobody is standing with the bill. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask, what is it that was on I don't know what happened. The Speaker of the House. Now, the Marshal is one of the officials of the Parliament that should act on the behalf of the Speaker of the House. Hold on.
Follows if she does not remove herself from the House. Please explain, based on the rules of the House, what happens next. Let me know if she does not follow the rules, she will be suspended. Members, I am suspending the committee and resuming the House. Marshal, could you lift the mace, please? Suspending committee. Marshal, could you raise the mace? Marshal, whether they're seated or not, raise the mace. That's the instruction. Members, we are back in the House. Member Angelo Brown-Burke, the member from St. Andrew Southwestern. I am asking that you appreciate that you have been named by the chair in committee and you are named by the Speaker of the House for disorderly conduct. Member, at no time can you grab the mace in Parliament, not even in jest, member. And not in protest either, Member Burchell.
They're saying that Angela Brown-Burke grabbed the mace. They're saying that she grabbed the mace. Apparently, I don't know if it was an act of protest. I'm not sure if the...
Members, member, do not leave. Member, do not leave. None of you. Members.
Well, if it is protest, they're protesting. What is happening here, ladies and gentlemen? Did she grab the mace?
Members, again, I'm at the House. I am going to ask that we put to a vote the removal of the member. Yes. House Leader.
Let's start with the beginning.
Southeast or southwest? Southwest. Madam Speaker, in accordance with
all of us can speak for 30 minutes on this motion.
There's no debate. In accordance with Standing Order 43-4, I move that the member
for St. Andrew South East, Southwest, St. Andrew Southwest be suspended for the duration of the rest of the sitting of the House.
Those in favor?
Madam Speaker.
Those against? Those against? No, that's not allowed. Those against? Those against? The ayes have it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Marshal is back. Ladies and gentlemen, what is happening here? What is happening here? Was it a protest? What was happening there? The opposition has taken a stance in Parliament at 10:46 p.m. on the 28th of April 2026. The entire opposition stood by Angela Brown-Burke.
Members, I am going to suspend the sitting of the House for 5 minutes. We will be back at 10:50. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Ladies and gentlemen, what is this? The opposition stood by Angela Brown-Burke. What happened? What happened, ladies and gentlemen? What took place? They'll be back at what? The opposition stood by Angela Brown-Burke. What is the meaning of this, ladies and gentlemen? The Speaker of the House said that Angela grabbed the mace and that it is not appropriate for her to do so. But the entire opposition refused to allow any marshal to take Angela Brown-Burke out of Parliament. Let us take a music break, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be back.
Perspective family, big up yourself every time Perry the General. Go and do it, comrade. Word is love. Where we are go do? Police them a kill off, use the tree on the roads. Where we are go do? The price gone up on the JLP let loose. Where we are go do? Times are hard and politicians don't have a clue. Where we are go do? Where we are go do? Aye, time for trust and keep the faith to help us win this race. Poor people now no food, all them see a empty plate. And the rich them getting richer, them fi burn up in the lake. Promises they make, but enough of them are fake. But black love divide, put politics aside. A time for we unite, a time for do the right. We have to start by speaking truth and not the lie. Perry set the trend, we have to unite. Pressure it a boil, farmers them a toil. And all our work them no see nothing at all. We can't segregate, we can't separate. Put aside the war, time for love not it. Pressure it a boil, farmers them a toil. And all our work them no see nothing at all. We can't segregate, we can't separate. Put aside the war, time for love not it.
man thunder for the JLP. Oh. Corruption in the nation, what a sticky situation. Always see a degradation, innocent men at the station. Andrew and his cronies getting richer, them a big done. Talking about them helping out the poor. Tell me which one. Juliet, a speaker of the house, me can't believe it. Them mashing those in trust for people, I go feel it. The JLP, them satanic and demonic. Now war fit the youth, them prosper only fit them pocket. I beg is hamping. Corruption in the nation, what a sticky situation. Always see a degradation, innocent men at the station. Andrew and his cronies getting richer, them a big done. Talking about them helping out the poor. Tell me which one. Juliet, a speaker of the house, me can't believe it. Them machine those in trust for people, I go feel it. The JLP, them satanic and demonic. Now war fit the youth, them prosper only fit them pocket. I beg you stop it.
Believe it or not, I will draw the person you will marry. One of my clients asked for a refund. He thought the man I sketched looked like the naked.
I beg you stopping. Corruption in the nation, what a sticky situation. Always see a degradation, innocent men at the station. Andrew and his cronies getting richer, them a big done. Talking about them helping out the poor. Tell me which one. Juliet, a speaker of the house, me can't believe it. Them mashing down.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't worry. I have you covered. I am monitoring the live so I can tell you. So I can tell you when they have resumed. But a big breakdown has taken place in Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. The entire pot has boiled over. There has been a total breakdown of the parliamentary sitting. We are almost touching 5 hours. This is indeed a very special broadcast, right, of the perspective. Donna Thompson book. I understand. Don't worry, if you have to sleep, go and sleep. But we'll be sure to tell you what happened. What happened next. For those who want to tarry a little longer. But there has been a total breakdown, Donna Carol. A total breakdown. This NaRRA bill has brought a total breakdown of the parliamentary sitting. There's not much happening now. There's conversations happening across the room. The Speaker of the House is nowhere to be found. The members are talking. I wonder if, for peace sake, the PNP will probably ask Angela Brown-Burke to leave. I see the Marshal. Is this Sister Angela Brown-Burke leaving? I see Sister Angela Brown-Burke heading outside. She has gone outside. I'm not sure if she shall return. I'm not sure if it is to return, ladies and gentlemen. But if you're looking on the screen, you recognize that persons are having conversations on both sides. No, man. You have labor rights talking to PNP. You have PNP talking to labor rights. I guess persons are trying to resolve the matter, my viewers. I don't think it is anything to say that the opposition is backing down. I think it is just a total breakdown. Persons are trying to come to a conclusion. Persons are trying to come to a conclusion. Still no sign of the Speaker of the House. Everybody is trying to come to a conclusion, ladies and gentlemen. But there was a clear nay from Malahoo Fort. When the voting was happening, there was a clear nay. The Hansard can be consulted on record. I believe the opposition must ask for the Hansard, because it was clear, ladies and gentlemen, there was a clear nay. And then she was asked again. You heard some things in the background, and then the Speaker of the House had this reason as to why it was changed from a nay to a yea. But we are approaching 5 hours on the perspective. My God. What is this? A total breakdown, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe she has gone out to talk to Juliet. One of my viewers messaged me. Maybe that's what is happening under the Sykes, because you know it's politics. Maybe the politics is to have Juliet and her have a conversation outside, and we come back and resume. Wow. But ladies and gentlemen, I expected nothing less, because this NaRRA bill, it has been branded as the most consequential piece of legislation to be passed. And we simply cannot allow any and anything under this administration, not with the track record that it has. Not with the type of track record. Not with the type of track record, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. So we want to see what the revelation of this will be, the ending of this will be. But ladies and gentlemen, this goes to show how destructive our parliament thing can be. All of this because of NaRRA, Paulette Scott. This NaRRA, it's one thing that is certain. The members of the government, they want this thing to be passed by all means necessary, but the opposition are standing firm. I'm seeing the 5 minutes now. It is now 10:58. What is happening? Will PBC end the stream? It is now becoming an empty house. It's now becoming an empty house. It's now becoming an empty house. I still see members from the Jamaica Labour Party still seated, but most of the PNP MPs, they are not in Gordon House. There may be an emergency meeting on the outside. I see Tufton and others returning. I see others returning on the JLP side. I'm not seeing members of the opposition. But the stream is still happening, which means that we are expected to see we're expected to see them resume. Am I not right? The fact that the stream is still happening It therefore means that they are expected to resume. So we wait. This is the people's business. We need to know what is happening. We cannot allow this uncaring, unkind, and corrupt administration to pass a bill that will cause more destruction and corruption in our nation. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot allow it. It is now 11 o'clock. Still no signs of the Speaker of the House. Still no sign. Mighty God, Lord of mercy. Ladies and gentlemen, we expected the bill to be passed regardless because the government holds the majority. But as I'm seeing in the comments, this is... Hold on.
I apologize for the late start. We're back in committee. We're reconvened first, and we're going back in committee. Your mic, please.
Madam Speaker, I wish to put clause 5, 6, and 7 without amendments.
No, hold
Madam
on.
Speaker.
Member Malahoo, Ford, member from St. James West Central. Which of the clause do you have a challenge with?
Clause 5, Clause 6, clause comments and questions and proposals.
Okay, so Minister, could you please put clause 4 and then we go to clause 5 to see what is the concern of the member?
Madam Speaker, we put clause 4 with the amendment in the...
No, that was finished.
Yeah.
You said you have 5, 6, and 7?
That's what I'm putting without amendment.
No, the member is saying she has an issue.
Okay.
With number 5, you said. Go ahead, member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is that it is the intention that the remuneration of this...
I'm not seeing the PNP. I'm not seeing the PNP, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on.
CEO. So clause 5.2 indicates subject to subsection. It's okay, Madam Speaker. It's okay. I'll move
put clause
to
5, Madam Speaker.
6.
Yes.
I put clause 5, Madam Speaker.
Members, we put clause 5. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Clause 6, member Malahoo Ford.
Madam Speaker, clause 6 speaks to delegation of functions. 2 questions. First, what is the difference between the authority and the CEO in this respect, since the authority essentially is the CEO and the CEO is mandated to act on behalf of the authority and be responsible for the day-to-day management of the authority. So the authority and the CEO respectively may, with the approval of the minister by instrument in writing, subject to the provisions of the Act, delegate. That's the first part of the question.
Madam Speaker, standard company matter. The authority and the CEO are 2 separate entities, legal entities. Can I put clause 6, Madam Speaker?
No, I would want you to explain further to the
So
member.
the other, Madam Speaker, please hear me out. So this delegation can be made to any person without qualification. And I was looking on something that has happened, which really triggers the concern. So we have this town, the Town and Country Planning, Kingston and St. Andrew, and the Pedro Keys Provisional Development Order 2017, confirmation notification 2023. I recall on a previous occasion, I had reason to ask where it was prepared, and in particular, whether the preparation was done within the division that has responsibility for it, and I was told no. When you open the order, as well-intentioned as it is in a form that you can't use without having to get other documents and other documents. And I know that was not the intention. So when a delegation is made to any person without qualification, it may be well-intentioned, but it may lead to something else. And given the functions that are set out and the very technical nature of the functions, does it make sense to have the delegation made to any person without any qualification? It may be problematic, and I don't think that is the intention.
Member, are you finished?
Person.
You'll have to start again. Your mic wasn't on. After which the member from Portland East will go. Member Green,
Madam
you
Speaker,
have a contribution as well? All right, so member from St. James
may I
first,
ask that you go to someone else and I try to formulate a proposal?
All right, so member from Portland East, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Chairman. The same point being raised, but to suggest in relation to the delegation function, that it be a little bit more, it be narrowed, as it is just simply, the powers is just simply too wide. And I do appreciate the fact that there may be multiple projects happening at the same time, but just inviting an amendment where that is concerned in terms of the powers to delegate, because it proves to be problematic. Thank you.
Is a different issue, opposition leader? Go ahead, please. No, and then after that, member Green.
My concern is that the power of delegation is extremely wide. So other than the power of delegation itself, every other function or power in the Act can be delegated. And I think there should be some transparency in relation to this. Like, for example, if there's and it has to be in writing, it should be published. All delegations should be published on the website of NaRRA so that people can know what functions have been delegated. Because you may assume that the CEO is supposed to be doing something, and next thing you know, it's somebody else. And you wouldn't have any way of verifying that. So I think, given the importance of some of these powers and how far-reaching they are, delegations should be done transparently, and they ought to be made public.
Sorry, go ahead.
Madam Speaker, I have a different view. I think I appreciate the contribution of the members in relation to trying to provide a more restrictive framework, but I do believe it is clear that the delegation has to be in writing. It is clear that it cannot happen.
For 25 years, Digicel has been keeping Jamaica better connected. From late night calls to the texts, clicks, and moments that keep us close. Celebrating 25 years. Digicel, powered by you, connected by us.
Clause in relation to delegation of functions, especially if we want to ensure that the NaRRA doesn't try and undertake every single thing, but operates on an efficiency-based model. So I think, I know it was the subject of a significant amount of work with the legislative committee. And I think where we are, we have some safeguards, but it also allows the delegation to be done in a way that ensures efficiency.
I'm not seeing Dr. Angela Brown-Burke. If you look closely, you recognize that she's not there. So I guess they used the break to just, diplomatically, resolve the matter without it looking like Sister Holness a demand that she come out of Parliament. Wow. It's very interesting though, ladies and gentlemen. Well, oh Lord. I think Mark Golding would have also told her to hold it.
Madam Speaker, I'm struggling with the explanation in light of, so clause 3.1 says that for the purposes of the Act, there is established a body to be known as the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, and the provisions of the schedule shall have effect as to the Constitution, etc., in relation thereto. So what is the authority? How is the authority? The authority in law is the CEO. So when I ask what is contemplated, when it says the authority on one hand may delegate and the CEO on the other hand may delegate, I'm struggling with the answer given. So that's one. The other part of it, though, is that many of the functions are technical functions that will require technical competence. And to say that the delegation is to any person may invite unnecessary criticism in the end, since we know issues of competence and who is allowed to carry out work is a live issue. All I'm saying is that any person needs a qualifier, because it has to be someone who is duly competent, whatever, to carry out the functions. These are technical functions.
Thanks, Member.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, go ahead, Member Green.
Madam Speaker, I think sometimes, even though we have the same objective, we may choose to legally go about it in different pathways. The NaRRA is a body corporate, and that is 3.1, and as such, a separate legal entity. I do appreciate the point raised that based on the schedule, it will be constituted by a CEO, but I think for completeness, the drafters have ensured that they indicate the authority and the CEO. The member may be of the view that it is not necessary. I appreciate that, but I am of the view that for completeness, it is the better approach. Outside of that, I think the limiting factor is that there has to be an approval by the minister, and it has to be done in writing. I do appreciate that what the member is saying is that sufficient safeguards in terms of technical competence, etc. But again, sometimes we disagree on what should be in legislation and what shouldn't be in legislation, especially considering how hard it is oftentimes to get legislations to Parliament. So I believe it is sufficiently broad to allow flexibility, but also sufficiently constrained to ensure that there is oversight by the fact that it has to be in writing and that the minister provides a layer of approval. I think that's important.
Thank you, Member Green. Member Morgan.
Can we put the clause 6?
Members, the question is that we put clause 6. Those in favor? Those against? Divide, Clerk.
Mr. Azan, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Ms. Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Dr. Chang, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Chuck, Mr. Clark, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Miss Crawford, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Miss Daly, Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Golden, Mr. Gordon, Miss Grange, Mr. Green, Miss Hamilton, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hines, Dr. Holness, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Miss Jess, Miss Lee, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Ambassador Marks, Mr. Main, Mr. Mackenzie, Mrs. Miller Bennett, Mr. Montague, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Morris, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Perkis, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Seabright, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Terrelong, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Darrell Vaz, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams Delroy, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mrs. Williams, and Mr. Witter.
Members, the clause carries with a vote of 32 ayes, 25 nays, and 5 absent.
I put clause 7.
Member, put clause 7. Leader of opposition.
Yes, I have a proposed amendment to clause 7. Well, the first amendment is to change the marginal note to say appointment of board and power to appoint committees.
What?
So appointment of board and power to appoint committees. And then I would renumber the existing subsection 1 as subsection 2, and I'd insert a new subsection 1 that would read, the authority shall have a board comprising not less than 5 nor more than 9 members with a mandate to ensure effective and accountable oversight of the operations of the authority and the functions and responsibilities of the Chief Executive Officer.
Madam Speaker, I put clause 7.
No, not as yet, Chair. Not as yet, member. There is a comment from the member from Portland Eastern and also from, that's member Buchanan and member Green. Member Buchanan, you turn your mic off, so I think you're again no longer in the line, but let me go through to you.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. This same amendment I'd raised earlier, and I'll just say it again, that in relation to the minister's ability to pay his committee, that it be subject as well to this usual Section 5, that it be capped similar to the salary regime in Section 5.5. That except with the prior approval of the minister responsible for the public service, no salary in excess of the prescribed rate shall be assigned to any post. So 7.1 should also, clause 7 should also be subject to Section 5.5. And that's my contribution, Kenneth. Just simply saying, again, that it's in reference to the capping, because when you look at Section 7, there is no restriction on the salaries that can be paid. So again, I'm saying that it should also say subject to Section 5.5. And that's not an impossible amendment.
Thanks,
it can be
member.
Rejected if you wish.
Thanks, member.
It's not a rejection, it's just an explanation that the Minister of the Public Service is restrained by the rules that exist in terms of compensation on boards, and there are very well established procedures that deal with that, so you don't have to repeat that. So the minister cannot act outside of those rules.
Yeah, so
Member Green, and then to you, Member Morgan, who is piloting the bill.
Just, Madam
Minister
Speaker,
Morgan.
just to say, in this committee, as I indicated in my presentation, the best case models do not incorporate a board as suggested by the leader of the opposition. I do appreciate that our regular construct for designing organizations come with boards, but in the case of emergency response, which requires a sort of authority centralization and action, I had commended to the House the model used in New Zealand for their earthquake recovery, which models the model that we are using now, where there is no board, there is direct reporting to the minister with responsibility. But we have gone a step further, Madam Speaker, as the Prime Minister outlined, by incorporating JAMROC in keeping with our genuine oversight functions, taking the EPOC model. So again, I would suggest that we pass the clause as is so that we ensure the efficiency and speed of implementation and the transparency that is accorded throughout the bill.
All right, members. So unless you have a different point, opposition leader, Member Newell, you have a different point, Member Newell? Hold on, opposition leader. Member Newell?
Just on the point of the board and the other bodies that generally don't require. In New Zealand, which the minister just repeated, the cultures are different. So New Zealand, for example, is number 4 on the Transparency International Index. Jamaica is at number 73. Peru is at number 130. So we perhaps, based on our situation, we may want to look at different models and what kind of framework will ensure that there's confidence in the society in terms of accountability.
Thank you. Opposition leader?
Yes, sorry. I just wanted, in the amendment that I proposed, I wanted us to add a subsection 2 and renumber the other subsections which follow accordingly, which would say that the chairman of the authority shall be appointed from among its members by the minister in consultation with the leader of the opposition, and the minister may make regulations governing the procedures to be followed by the board, because there would need to be what a quorum is, how many meetings, how often it should meet, and so on. So there need to be regulations for that. So I would add that as a subsection 2, what I just said.
Thanks, opposition leader. Prime Minister?
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, the leader of the opposition just explained exactly why it is we have to avoid that model for quick and effective implementation. Just to be clear, the member from Central St. Mary pointed out that the New Zealand model might not apply because it's a different culture and the issues to do with corruption, perception, and so forth. Just again for clarity, where there is a very specific task for an entity to execute in a very well-defined period, the need to have a board that will exercise discretion, interpret policy, and deal with issues to do with the day-to-day management of the entity. Those issues would not arise in this instance of an entity where the direction is specific and all that is needed to do is to execute. And that is why we have defined it as an executive authority. The need for a board does not arise in the sense of a governance board. To address the issue of oversight and transparency and reporting, we have then the JAMROC, which will effectively report on what the entity is doing directly to the public. To be clear, a governance board does not play that role. The governance board does not report to the public on the operations of the public entity. It doesn't. There's no governance board that does that. So I think much of the concern is misplaced, or there is a great misunderstanding of how our public service is structured and administered.
Madam Leader of the Opposition, and then we will go back to Minister Morgan, who is piloting the bill.
Madam. Partners and preparable with interest. It is necessary that the Chief Executive Officer has to report to a body that can give effective oversight over how that person is conducting the affairs of the authority, and all the more in the low trust environment that exists in Jamaica. And my proposed amendments address that issue and reinforce the need for it, and also are not inconsistent in any way with the body operating in an efficient and business-like way. Every corporation in this country operates with a board. Every body corporate in Jamaica, public sector or private sector, operates with a board. Are you telling me that private businesses can't run efficiently because the CEO has to report to a board? To the contrary, it enhances the efficiency to have effective oversight of the body and management thereof. You are the one, Prime Minister, who misunderstands how organizations should be managed.
I want to be clear again. Thank you for allowing me to respond to the points raised by the Leader of the Opposition. I don't want to turn the committee stage into another debate. But just to be clear, corporate boards report to their shareholders. Public boards report to their ministers. I want that to be absolutely clear. The public boards don't report to the public. And just to be clear on that, the way in which public corporate entities, if you want to call that, the way in which they report is through their ministers to Parliament. And therefore, we are not taking away any reporting, any public disclosure by not having a board. We are proposing something that we were the one who created the executive agency creature in our laws. It was created by former Prime Minister Pattison, Cabinet Secretary Davies, who they were trying to address this issue of the efficiency of the public bureaucracy. And as a result of that, we have the executive agency. In this instance, we have an entity that has its own statutory body built upon the idea of it having executive authority.
All right.
Madam
so
Speaker,
opposition
can we...
leader, no, hold on. Opposition
I
leader.
think the matter has been exhausted.
Opposition leader. Opposition. Yes. No. Opposition leader. Hold on, opposition leader. So, opposition leader, you have asked to make a clarification, and I'm saying that immediately after, we will go to the vote on the clause. And I would like to remind all members, the idea is that you present your amendment, explain your thinking, but ultimately, when the person piloting the bill moves a vote, they would be the ones to determine what amendments they're accepting, in what way that is being accepted, and it is put to the House for us to make a decision as an entire House. Opposition leader, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The issue of reporting, I think, is a confusion here. The CEO, as the executive of the authority, the chief executive officer, would report to the board. It's a public body owned by the government of Jamaica, so the board is accountable to the government through the minister and ultimately to the parliament. That is the normal flow. So the point really is, though, that the purpose of the board is to provide effective oversight and governance of the operations of the authority as executed day to day by the CEO and the staff. That is how corporations work. We are creating one here which doesn't have that critical layer in it. It's not about reporting to the public. The methodology for that is elsewhere in the bill, and we have some comments on that. This is about governance and oversight within the authority itself. That's my last point on this. Go ahead and...
Thanks, opposition leader.
Madam Speaker, I wish that we would stop repeating the same points made in the debate and relitigating it. Can we put the clause to a vote, please?
I put clause 7. Those in favor? Divide.
Mr. Azan, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Ms. Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Dr. Chang, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Chuck, Mr. Clark, yes. Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Ms. Crawford, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Ms. Daly, Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Golding, Mr. Gordon, Ms. Grange, Mr. Green, Ms. Hamilton, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hines, Dr. Holness, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Ms. Jess, Ms. Lee, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Ambassador Marks, Mr. Main, Mr. McKenzie, Mrs. Miller Bennett, Mr. Montague, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Morris, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Perkis, Ms. Perkis, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Seabright, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Terrelong, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Darrell Vaz, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Delroy Williams, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mrs. Williams, and Mr. Witter.
Thank you. The clause carries. The vote is 24 noes, 6 absent, and 32 ayes. Minister?
Chair, I wish to move for amendment to clause 8. In the marginal note to the clause, delete the word "the" and then put the clause.
Madam Chair, I have a question for the Prime Minister on clause 8, and it relates to the specific funds which are set aside out of the budget each year for disaster-related activities. I think there are 2 statutory funds.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have been here for 5 hours. 5 hours. Yeah. And guess what? We have stayed with the parliamentary sitting, but it is almost 12 a.m. I think I've done my best with you being my help, my viewers and subscribers, to cover as much as possible. But I think it is time for me to get something to eat and then get some rest, because tomorrow is another day. But the expectation is that the NaRRA bill will be passed. Of course, they're voting on the amendment, so we hope that there will be certain changes, as Mr. Golding, as a superb legislator, as the opposition continues to, make suggestions. George, I'm not tired of what I say. I've been up from morning. It's the longest I've ever been on the perspective. Yeah. Mind you, I won't go to my bed same time. But I'm tired. Because I'm a late sleeper, to be very honest. But the expectation is that the NaRRA bill will be passed. The government has the majority. We already see what is happening. And this is why we say every time that election comes with consequences. When you don't have the majority, the only thing that you can really do is to give your suggestions and hope that good conscience will prevail. But we have to leave it at there for tonight. If we miss anything, you know that I will bring back some conversations tomorrow. Quickly, let us pray. Father, we give you thanks for your mercies. We give you thanks for your grace. We give you thanks for another substantial episode, our longest, but it was worth it because we were able to highlight some very serious concerns that is troubling the people of this nation. Lord, we pray that your will be done in Jamaica, even in Parliament, even tonight. God, if it is your will, don't cause that bill to be passed. And if it must be passed, then let it be adjusted in a way that it will serve the people. And Lord, if the bill is passed, then give the Jamaicans the grace to endure whatever it is that will come because of the passing of this bill. And we can only hope that the bill will turn around to benefit the people at the end of the day. We're asking for you, Lord, to intervene, because at the end of the day, it can only take your intervention for us to really and truly see change in this nation. Bless the viewers, those who gave to the super chat, and we pray for sweet rest as we look forward to another episode. These and other mercies we ask of you in Jesus' name. And let the people say amen and amen. Be blessed. Thank you for staying with me. You guys thanking me for staying. Thank you for staying with me. Alright? Thank you for staying with me. I appreciate it. God bless you all. God bless you all. Bye-bye.
Perspective family. Big up yourself every time Perry the General. Go and do it, comrade. The word is love. Where we are go do? Police them a kill off, use the tree on the roads. Where we are go do? The price gone up on the JLP let loose. Where we are go do? Times hard and politicians don't have a clue. Where we are go do? Where we are go do? Aye, time for trust and keep the faith to help us win this race. Poor people now no food, all them see a empty plate. And the rich them getting richer, them fi burn up in the lake. Promises they make, but enough of them are fake. But black love divide, put politics aside. A time for we unite, a time for do the right. We have to start by speaking truth and not the lie. Perry set the trend, we have to all unite. Pressure it a boil, farmers them a tile. And all our work them no see nothing at all. We can't segregate, we can't separate. Put aside the war, time for love not hate. Pressure it a boil, farmers them a tile. And all our work them no see nothing at all. We can't segregate, we can't separate. Put aside the war, time for love not hate. Hey.